don't go too far. We'd like to get underway with our address from the National Chief. And I believe she will just be making her way in. So I'll turn it over to Vera. Please don't all take off. We will open the doors, get some fresh air in here.
I just want to know that
We can do the belly bump.
Yeah. It's like, yes, a new one. Yeah. Just kidding. I was talking to them about something in the upstairs. They said that they were- I said, I mean, you can still do it. Maybe you have to get the person. Slow it up. Especially because I think he is flat. Oh, it's too big to get.
So we had a few minutes to stretch and get your fresh coffee. We're going to be joined in a few minutes by the National Chief. So as the National Chief is making her way to the front, we want to know that, share that she comes from Manitoba. She comes from a family that were the original signatories to the Treaty 2. She has degrees from the University of Winnipeg and Harvard. She's been the lead negotiator for Manitoba on the First Nations Child and Family Services and the Jordan's Principle. National Chief has been a lobbyist and an advocate for many issues in Anishinaabe country. She's a mother of 3 children and brings us her wishes, but she's also an auntie, so we appreciate her visit today, and I would ask you to welcome her to the Chiefs of Ontario Fall Assembly. And I'm happy to present National Chief Cindy Woodhouse as our National Chief. Cindy, National Chief. Look at that.
Anin buju. Apachikachinendam. Akanakabijayanomanungum. Beautiful to be here. And I want to acknowledge and welcome all chiefs, grand chiefs, council members, elders, and everyone joining here today online. I'm so thankful to be here, and I want to thank you for welcoming me to your fall assembly. I want to acknowledge and welcome Ontario Regional Chief Abraham Benedict. I look forward to working with you for the years ahead. And I know that you and I share a table that sometimes it's a good discussions many times, right? With regional chiefs from coast to coast to coast. So I look forward to working with you and all of you for the years ahead. I want to thank Chief Solomon from the Fort William First Nation for welcoming us to her territory, the co-chairs, Jimmy Gwetch. It's an honor to be with you today on the Anishinaabe territory of the Fort William First Nation, which were signatories to the Robinson Superior Treaty in the 1850. I think before I go on, I also want to just uplift, the treaties that I know that there's a long way to go when we start to begin to talking about settling those. But I want to say that you're an inspiration to many across the country. You've given many treaty people hope and, inherent rights that were not put down anymore. I also want to congratulate the chiefs in New Brunswick this week who had another court case that they had won against landowners, that they're not put down either, that the court agreed with them. So I want to lift them up in a good way. And we'll talk more about that when we meet December 3, 4, and 5 in Ottawa. I also want to say that in February, we had a court ruling that our children are our own and that the provinces and every other governments don't have a veto over you. So we're winning in court, my friends. We're winning and you're winning. And every time, yeah. I want to just say what an honor it is to be here. And in particularly, I want to honor Chief Benedict and Chief Fiddler. We have grown closer over the past year in our fight for First Nations children and families. And I can't thank you both enough for your wisdom, your passion, and everything else that you do to inspire us to keep fighting each day for our children and our families. It's great to be back here in Ontario to listen to chiefs and update the work we are doing to advance the priorities that you all want us to do, that you have identified for us. It was great to see so many Ontario leadership attending National Assembly in July in Montreal and the Special Chiefs Assembly that we had last month in Calgary. We are expecting, we've had high turnouts over the past year, and I think we are expecting an enthusiastic turnout again next month in Algonquin territory in Ottawa for December 3, 4, and 5. So we look forward to welcoming you and seeing you there. With high levels of participation, enthusiasm at all levels, it's great to see the AFN alive and well and full of passion for all the right reasons. It's not always easy, but our assembly, we've come a long way over the past year, and I'm happy that we're working together and that we're energized by diverse opinions and we're not threatened by them. We're an assembly unified by a common belief that First Nations families should be empowered to care for our own children. And we're united by a mutual belief that Canada and Ontario will not realize its full potential until the full power of our First Nations economy is fully unleashed. Over my first year as National Chief, it seems like we have been going nonstop, making up for lost time and working on so many important issues: policing, housing, clean water, child welfare, education, economic reconciliation, and the calls for justice and action. And I just have to say this, we'd lost the late Murray Sinclair a couple of weeks ago, and that's been a blow to First Nations people. And I know that we're going into 10 years of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission next year, and those calls to action have not all been fulfilled. And maybe we remind Canadians that they have to continue to read these documents that we prepare. Our people prepare these. We've been studied to death already, and they can't be collecting, dust on shelves somewhere. And when they ask where we're supposed to be, well, maybe start reading some of those reports and making sure that we're finishing that work. And I think that's to all governments in this country. I know it's at the same time we've lost. I just have to say this today. I don't know why, but I have to remind you all to take care of each other. We've lost the late Grand Chief Merrick recently. It was a blow to me because she was a good friend of mine. And, our leader back home in Manitoba, we lost, of course, there was a BC chief that had left us as well a week ago. And another one in Saskatchewan about a month ago. And just the other day, I was at a funeral for another chief, a late chief from Poplar River First Nation, and my heart goes out to that community. But it just reminds us that the work that you're doing is hard, chiefs and council that are in this room, and leadership, frontline workers working for First Nations. This work is hard. It's hard on you emotionally. It's going to be the hardest walk that you ever have emotionally, spiritually, mentally, and physically. So take care of each other. And I reminded, and it's tough to go to funerals for our leaders, and God takes them home to give them rest. But at the same time, it shows that this work is hard, and it's only going to get harder as we face some of the crises that we face in our communities. Let me begin when I know that it's hard, but I know we have to begin working on these issues together. And our prayers, I know that I want to uplift our elders as well, because many of them call and they pray for all of you and they pray for all of us. And I want to thank our elders for leading the way for all of us and for the work that they have done before they became elders to bring us to this point. We've come a long way. We have a long way to go. It's hard to know where to begin, but let me start with policing and community safety, something that I know touches home for many of you. We have all been experiencing strong emotions these past few months, with a series of reports in recent months of First Nations people dying after interactions with colonial police forces. Thunder Bay has been front and center when it comes to the issue of systemic racism with policing and justice systems. Growing up in a First Nation Manitoba, I've witnessed that my entire life too, even in my own family. It's a travesty that so many lives have been taken and ruined by the people entrusted with protecting them. And it's not just here in Ontario or here in Manitoba, but this is a national stain for Canada. Last month at our assembly on Treaty 7 territory, we met with the family of John Wells, who was a member of the Kainai Blood Tribe in Alberta. And John was one of those recently killed in police custody. Earlier this month, we were with the chiefs in Saskatchewan who had come back from the worst mass stabbing in Canada's history on the James Smith Cree Nation. They relived the horrific incident this year during the inquiry from the Saskatchewan coroner. His final report on the tragedy confirmed what we have all known for far too long, that the status quo on policing is costing First Nation lives. It is vitally important that we continue to keep fighting for First Nations policing to be legislated as an essential service with equitable funding to effectively deliver these services to your people. The failure of the provincial and federal governments to finally respect First Nations jurisdiction in this area continues to contradict the true spirit of reconciliation. And I want to commend Ontario Chiefs again for leading the way on this. In September, we were pleased that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal granted AFN's motion to intervene as an interested party in the Ontario Chiefs complaint regarding, equitable funding for First Nation police services. At the same time, we were happy that the tribunal rejected Canada's motion to narrow the scope of the Ontario Chiefs complaint. So I think give yourselves a hand for that good work. Yeah. So that trial's expected to start early in the new year, and we will be right there with you as we continue that fight. Thanks, Adam. United with chiefs from coast to coast to coast, we are confident that momentum is building for progress on the First Nations policing file in 2025. And I think just when it comes to policing, I look to Chief Benedict. I know you'll all have that discussion here. The minister and I had a talk about that. We do have a commitment to try and have a political table. I don't know how far we get with that before an election, but certainly I spoke to the minister and I said, you have to get funding out the door. You have all these big pieces that you talk about, and First Nations are waiting, and we can't keep waiting. Yes, we want to talk about legislation. We want to talk about, well, they don't want to talk about jurisdiction, but certainly we want to talk about jurisdiction, and they can't keep holding that back from you. And so we're in Ottawa day in, day out, making sure that we're trying to push that funding out the door, push that envelope out the door. And we'll continue to do that. And certainly we're going to talk about a political table at our next executive meeting. And we could talk about that more as needed, but Chief Benedict can update you as that discussion comes on with the executive from across the country on moving forward in that and getting the approval on that to move ahead. I think having the minister, and I know that the Prime Minister has talked to the minister directly to say you have to get First Nations policing prioritized. There's just too many people dying in that system. It's been 9 people over 2 months, and that's too many. And I think that there was another one the other day in another jurisdiction. It's disheartening to hear that. Like policing, the status quo for Canada's First Nations child welfare system continues to create significant harm to our people. So I'd like to take a moment about our most precious resource, our children. As a first mother to be national chief, I know it's one of the most important and passionate discussions we can have. Because if you, as all of us, as mothers and fathers in this room and grandparents, when you take our children away from us, you're going to break our spirit, even if we're struggling a little bit. And I think that it's always a tough discussion because it's about our kids that continue to be taken off reserve, but continue to be taken away from our languages, away from our culture, away from our families. And we see that as they become older, that it's hard on them. Growing up on reserve with my mom and dad, with my grandmother, who I had to spend about 3 days a week with. And I used to hate it because they'd shut the lights off and she'd make me go to bed as soon as the sun was going down, especially winter time at 7 o'clock, we had to go to sleep and we had to pray, and she'd pray in our language. But I think that that's so important, and we're missing the boat here. And are we creating another residential school for our kids? And are we allowing the provinces to continue to do that? And I think it's a tough discussion, but for far too many years, we have been fighting in the courts to fix a racist child welfare system that picked up right where residential schools left off. And because of our unity in this fight, we reached a historic turning point in 2023 together, which was at the time the largest compensation settlement in the history of this country. And I want to commend all of you, chiefs, for being unified and having one resolution at an assembly where we secured a 23 billion compensation agreement. I'm so proud of all of you. For far too long, the provinces have obstructed the recognition, and now they must acknowledge First Nations jurisdiction and the paramountcy of your laws, because it's not always been like this for our children. Problems with the First Nations child welfare did not start with any of us. This is something that was done to us and done to our families. Prior to contact, First Nations since time immemorial have kept our children well, healthy, balanced with the land, with our language, with our waters. It has been since residential schools, day schools, the 60s scoop, that we have seen the assault on First Nations women and children through the child welfare system. It's a sad situation, and it's a black eye to this country. Earlier this year, in July, we reached another historic achievement for First Nations children with a draft 10-year, $47.8 billion agreement on long-term reform of the child welfare system. With Ontario chiefs and the tribunal plaintiffs, we established a new national standard for how First Nations child welfare systems should be operated in this country. And I'm very proud of the work we all did to fulfill our mandate from chiefs. When it was not perfect, we had secured a fair deal that honored the courage of children and families we have been fighting for so long. At October's Special Assembly on Treaty 7 territory in Calgary, chiefs came from across the country to discuss this agreement. I want to say how proud we are of chiefs coming forward and talking about a better way for our children. It was not an easy discussion. The dialogue triggered personal experiences from many important perspectives from many First Nations communities. In the end, this historic agreement sent a message loud and clear to all governments that more needs to be done to correct this historic injustice. Since last month assembly, many have asked me, what are we going to do now? And many of you are asking each other the same question, and I'm glad we're talking about this. And in response, I have said 4 things this month. First, we have a $23 billion compensation program to roll out over the coming months. We need to make sure that that reaches those who have been harmed by the racist system as soon as possible. Second, I have formally notified Canada of the AFN's new mandate and called on the federal government to obtain a new negotiation mandate. Our executive have been regularly discussing next steps. Third, we recognize the unique position of the Chiefs of Ontario and the Anishinaabe Nation as tribunal plaintiffs, and we continue to stand by your side as you consider next steps to support First Nations children in your jurisdiction. And fourth, I say to the Chiefs, now is the time to occupy this space, to create your own laws, to demand accountability from a broken system that rewards apprehension over prevention. So we stand with you. And I know that it's been a long time coming, but there's a lot of work to do. And the uptake on Bill C-92, to be honest, across this country hasn't been high. And so I encourage First Nations to consider that and to work on your own laws. And we stand with you and we look forward to seeing what the future holds in that. The fuse has been lit and the status quo has been examined in a new way. And chiefs from across the country have been calling. And it's amazing. One chief had called and said, you know, they bring apprehension forms to my table now. And their council finally said back and said, ask the premier to sign that. They get all the funding for it. Why do I have to sign it? And I commend chiefs like that are starting to ask those questions. Everywhere we have traveled in my first year as national chief, First Nations have said it's time to empower our families to care for our children. We hear constantly that it's time to put First Nations children and First Nations people in charge once and for all. So we look forward to more dialogue at December's assembly. The same can be said for the First Nations economy in this country, and particularly in Ontario. It's time to put First Nations in charge of your destiny. Since its founding, Canada and the provinces have divided up the national resources and the rights to do business by issuing licenses for forestry, fisheries, agriculture, mining, and oil and gas, to name a few. At no time were First Nations considered as partners in businesses. Instead, poverty and the restraint of trade were centerpieces of the Indian Act. Economic reconciliation has been a big part of our work, not just as a moral and legal obligation, but because it's a strategic advantage. Empowering First Nations unlocks a wealth of potential and innovation that will drive Canada's collective prosperity and economic growth. This empowerment begins with implementing the United Nations Declaration, which supports nation rebuilding and positions First Nations as the key drivers in developing solutions that are grounded in our ways of knowing and of being. To decolonize the Canadian economy, First Nations governments and our peoples should be entitled to an allocation of federal and provincial licenses relating to all aspects of the economy. Based on resolutions from chiefs and assembly, we have identified some opportunities to achieve the economic reconciliation we are all seeking. We can start with the basics. Closing Canada's First Nations infrastructure gap is an essential aspect of laying the foundation for economic growth. To thrive, First Nations must have access to clean water, quality housing, reliable policing, good roads, good schools, and high-speed internet. In April, the Assembly of First Nations and the federal government, we worked on a report together on the status of Canada's commitment to close the current infrastructure gap by 2030. And I know that it was tough for them because they pushed back a bit on it, but we had concluded together that the investment of $349 billion is needed just to meet the infrastructure gap. Next, we need to look at enabling First Nations ownership of projects. In this light, the $5 billion First Nations Loan Guarantee Program the federal government announced in the April 2024 budget must be expanded. While we acknowledge this innovation as a step in the right direction, the investment pales to the opportunity. Over the next decade, $560 billion of projects, primarily in the resource sector, are forecasted to be launched on the traditional lands of First Nations in this country, many in this province. To realize the potential of these nation-building opportunities and position First Nations to fully create wealth on their territories for the first time in Canadian history, the loan guarantees need to be in the range of $100 billion, not $5 billion. The benefit to Canada of these projects advancing is in the trillions of dollars and will be the cornerstone of the economy in the decades to come. We also have to finally address the government's loose standards of First Nations identity for accessing business programs and procurement opportunities, which we see today. We see an MP that, claiming Indigenous identity, not even knowing, whether he's Cree or Métis or all these other issues. And I know that we're dealing with that issue today, and I have to make a statement today on that. And I was frustrated with Parliament yesterday because a lot of your work that's coming through that house that needs to get done is now, they're trying to stall it now to talk about this one individual's identity. And I told the House I'm going to write to the MPs today because, yeah, okay, fine, let's have that conversation. But it shouldn't be a bunch of people in the Parliament talking about that. It needs to be First Nations people in the House to fix membership once and for all. And it can't, it can't be them. These non-enforced standards are damaging to Canada and to First Nations. Properly deployed, these programs are of a benefit to our newly emerging economies, and we want them protected. Simply put, to be recognized for procurement in this country, the entrepreneur or the company must be from a First Nation, and the First Nation must know them as one of their own. Without a connection to the community, there is no benefit to the community. And finally, we know the most effective way to sustain the success of a First Nation economy is to invest in education and skills training for our people. First Nations represent an underutilized workforce with the potential to add billions to the economy. We have been listening to the recent debate regarding immigration, and we've been hearing from university and colleges lament on the loss of international students. They're missing international students. But why not fill those spaces with First Nations youth, with First Nations young people? Why not create opportunities for First Nations children coming out of government care? Why not train more First Nations to be doctors, nurses, and researchers? So to all the institutions in this country, take a second look, maybe look at our young people, give them a chance and focus on that rather than focused on international. When it comes to First Nations, we need more control to take over our own destiny because federal and provincial systems have failed our people for far too long. Earlier this month, we had attended a national homelessness and mental health forum that the AFN had hosted. Chiefs and First Nations health leaders from across Canada were there, and it was great to see so many from Ontario sharing your best practices. First Nations are leading these discussions because our communities are on the front lines of the opioid, mental health, and homelessness crises. The forum highlighted the need for immediate, meaningful action from the federal and provincial governments. Here in Thunder Bay, the district's health unit has had the highest opioid toxicity mortality rate of any public health unit in the province for the past 2 years. Rates of opioid-related hospital visits in Ontario are 7 times higher for First Nations than that of other populations. Last year in BC, fatalities from drug toxicity among First Nations in BC were 6 times higher than non-First Nations residents in British Columbia. Despite these realities, the 2024 federal budget invested $1 billion for First Nations mental health when the $4 billion is truly needed. These funding gaps limit progress on improving the safety and well-being of First Nations. In the lead up to last week's national conference, we met with the Minister of Health, Indigenous Services, Mental Health and Addictions to discuss these ongoing challenges. Recognizing the urgency of the current crisis in First Nations communities, we urge them to extend and enhance emergency treatment fund to make sure that you're getting those treatment centers that you need to better support First Nations chiefs who are responding to the front line to the opioid crisis and mental health needs of our people. We can't wait. And that was my immediate call. And of course they said, oh, we have a fund. Well, put more because we need more help and you need more help. We see it every day. And our chiefs are struggling out there, our counselors are struggling out there, and our frontline workers are struggling. So we stand with you. First Nations are leading these difficult discussions and shining a light on potential solutions because we can. Because First Nations from coast to coast to coast are demonstrating what we can put anything that we put our minds to. We can manage multi-million-dollar projects. We can look after our own children. We can be the premier of a province. You have one from right here, Wabkanu. We stole him, but we have him in Manitoba. You know, and we can be Supreme Court justices. So nice to see her, Justice Michelle. We can be a brain researcher, best-selling author, our Stanley Cup winner. And I just have to say that I also lift up Ashley Collingbull, 12th around the world the other day at the, what was it called again? Yeah, I'm so proud of her. Yeah, she competed against countries from around the world. She represented Canada at the Miss Universe 2024, and she came in 12th. And I'm so proud of her for that around the world, they see our people. We can do whatever we put our hearts and minds to because the fearlessness is part of who we are. We weren't supposed to be here, folks, but we are here and nobody's going to take us away now. First Nations are making our mark in the economy, in culture and politics, in the fight for climate change and human rights. The world is taking notice. And so is Premier Doug Ford. And congratulations on gaining the support and endorsement from the Ontario Premier on your First Nations data table initiated by the Chiefs of Ontario. As busy as we have been in 2024, we are just getting started. In 2025, we will pay tribute to the late Justice Murray Sinclair by marking 10 years since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released their calls to action. We will re-invite Canadians to join us on the journey Justice Sinclair and the commissioners laid out for us in 2015. We will fight for the return of our stolen artifacts and hold governments accountable for their actions. There will be a federal election where First Nations voices and votes will matter. And in saying that, we're starting to work on a document, because every candidate in this country should never say they don't know what First Nations want or need. We're going to give them a roadmap, and don't let them come to your door without asking them that. And we have to make sure that we're ready as well, that we have that document ready to share with this country. And it's going to be, we have to have all those debates. There's lots of discussions on all the issues that matter to First Nations that need to go in there. And we're just starting. It's a lot of work, but we're going to get it done for all of you so that we have something for the 2025 election. There will also be challenges and opportunities that we can't foresee. And through it all, just in closing, we will be there with you together, just as our elders and our ancestors wanted us to work together. We're witnessing a shift in this country, and we are all part of it, chiefs. There's much work to do ahead, but by strengthening our relations united, we can achieve anything. So Chimi Gwech for welcoming me here, and Gigyob Min Minawamina. Hi.
Yeah, well, Miigwech, National Chief, for taking some time out of your busy schedule to visit our chiefs. I do have a present for you on behalf of our region. Do you want to open it?
Okay. I didn't bring you a gift.
That's okay. Your presence is a gift.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Did you make that?
It's for fun.
So Miigwech, National Chief. I don't see anybody running to the microphones to give comment or questions. So I guess if you're staying for lunch, I'm sure chiefs will have the opportunity to bring their greetings and their comments forward. And that's it. All right, we've got the morning agenda all concluded. We go and say miigwech to all of you for that. And we're on lunch till 1 o'clock. Till you hear that drum sounding, we'll return to assembly. Enjoy your lunch. Miigwech, 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 miigwech.
One more slide.
No, you got it.
Oh, do we have?
I was at 20.
Oh, okay. Okay. Miigwech, to Thunder Mountain for bringing us back and reconvening this afternoon's session. So miigwech, thank you. I was sort of wondering whether we needed one more, but I think we're good. I know there's a number of chiefs still in the lunchroom, a number of caucus sessions happening throughout the hotel, but I do see chiefs making their way back into the assembly room. So miigwech for that. Just a quick recap for this afternoon's agenda. From this morning, we shuffled the agenda a little bit. We did move the housing agenda item to this afternoon. So what we'll be doing is we'll start with Deputy Minister Valerie Gideon, Crown Indigenous Relations Canada. She'll be talking about the additions to reserve as well as specific claims policy reform, sharing an update. But it'll be an opportunity to ask questions. And then we will go to the J Treaty Border Alliance, followed by the boarding homes class action lawsuit. And then we will deal with the two housing agenda items from this morning. And then we will have the council updates from the Knowledge Keepers, the Women's Council, as well as the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council. We'll have a look at the time. There were two resolutions from yesterday, and as far as I know, there are only two resolutions remaining. So we may deal with those at the end of the day. If not, we have allocated time for tomorrow morning. So that's the plan for today. And I see chiefs are making their way back online. I think we've got chiefs logged in as well. So with that, I will introduce our next presentation. Again, Deputy Minister Valerie Gideon, Crown Indigenous Relations Canada. And she will make the presentation, but my understanding is it's also an opportunity to ask questions that you may have. The presentation specifically dealing with additions to reserve ATR and the specific claims policy reform. So with that, Valerie Gideon.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the welcome. We still want to say Chief Fiddler. I know it was a long time ago. Just a quick story. I used to work at the Assembly of First Nations, and my first month on the job back in 2004, I was supporting the Chiefs Committee on Health, and Chief Fiddler from Sandy Lake hosted the Chiefs Committee on Health meeting in Sandy Lake. And it was the first time that the Chiefs Committee had gone to a remote First Nation in Northern Ontario. And it was like, it's one of those experiences in your life that you never forget, that is formative for your whole life and your whole career. And, you know, years later, I ended up being the regional director for First Nations Health for Ontario region, spent a lot of time in Anishinaabe, Aski Nation, Treaty 3, Northern Territory, as well as, of course, Central and Southern Ontario, and had the opportunity to go back to Sandy Lake many times, but it's always lovely to have had that first experience. I've met several of you over the years. I was at Indigenous Services Canada, at First Nations Inuit Health Branch for 13 years, and then at Indigenous Services Canada after it was established up until last year. So I started as the Deputy Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations Northern Affairs in just November 2023. So it's been just short of a year since I've been in that particular role. I myself am Mi'kmaq from the Guest-Kipegag First Nation of the province of Quebec. I'm also the president of FedNor. So I do travel up to Northern Ontario on a relatively regular basis. I was just in our office here in Thunder Bay this morning. So I just wanted to mention that I do find that sometimes it can be very helpful to have the two roles where I can bring economic development initiatives and interests to rights-based or other community conversations. So as noted, I've been asked to come and speak about ATR policy reform as well as specific claims policy reform. So that's what I will do, but I won't talk very long. I think it would be better if you have an opportunity to sort of raise issues with me, but also if you have any questions that hopefully I can try to answer. So since 2021, I think the Chiefs of Ontario and Ontario First Nations more broadly have played a really critical role. I'll start with the ATR policy redesign. The Ontario First Nations have been represented at the joint lands table that has been established between CERNAC and the AFN, and have been really active in terms of submitting feedback into the engagement reports on reforms of both really ATR and specific claims. But I also wanted to mention that our Assistant Deputy Minister, Darlene Bess, who is in charge of ATR reform, will be meeting with the Leadership Council also on November, or has been meeting with recently on November 18th with the Leadership Council to discuss this particular area. We launched the ATR reform formal engagement process in the spring of 2023. In Ontario, I won't speak to all of the proposals at the national level. I think you care more about Ontario. Ontario received about 25% of the funding for engagement on ATR reform. And actually, out of the over 500 recommendations that we've received, 160 have come from Ontario First Nations. So clearly, ATR reform is a huge priority of Ontario First Nations, and there is a lot of work to do to be able to address your concerns. We have about 132 ATR proposals in Ontario currently, representing about 163,000 acres of land. Overall, nationally, we're just over 700 ATRs. So you will see 132 is still a pretty strong representation or proportion in Ontario. We established in June of 2024 a technical advisory committee that is made up of representatives of the Lands Advisory Board, the National Aboriginal Lands Managers Association. We have reps from self-governing First Nations, the AFN, and so forth. And we have been meeting also regularly with the AFN Chiefs Committee on Lands, Territories, Resources, and of course the regional chief is co-chairing that. I've attended a few meetings myself directly to make sure that we can keep the process on track as well. And this is on both ATR and specific claims reform. We are very close, like weeks close. I was hoping yesterday so I could bring the good news, but to finalize announcements around some really important immediate changes that we can make to the ATR policy. And that is based on the engagement reports and the feedback that Ontario First Nations and others have raised. So we will be in a position to be able to make those and announce those before the end of the calendar year. We've also received a request from the Chiefs of Ontario to create a trilateral advisory table specific to ATR reform in Ontario. And so we are just finalizing the two ministers' responses to that, but I can tell you that our advice is absolutely to agree to establish that in Ontario because of the number of requests and also because of the economic interests that are so strong in your nations to be able to pursue that, and a lot of innovative ideas also that Ontario First Nations have been bringing to this process. I just had a meeting with the Anishinaabe Nation, for example, and they brought forward some ideas that were really innovative, and I think we can absolutely move forward with them. I'll just switch to specific claims reform. So specific claims reform, that process has been underway for some time as well. We've had 3 recent Supreme Court decisions that have really impacted favorably our negotiations process. So that's Southwind, Shot Both Sides, and Restool. And so we've been expediting the resolution of specific claims, particularly in recent years. So I'll just give you a sense of the numbers. I'm a numbers person, so I'm sorry for those of you who think it's a little bit too technocratic, but So since the year before I was born, which is 1973, we've resolved 715 claims at 15.6 billion. But since 2016, which is a much smaller portion of time, we've resolved 43% of that total number, and 75% of the total funding. So there's clearly been some progress, and so we can build on that momentum through the specific claims reform exercise. Last year in 23-24, we resolved 42 claims at 2.5 billion. This year, so 24-25, we've got 16 claims settled so far at 884 million. But that said, we still have 727 claims in the inventory. So there is still a lot of claims to move forward on. We've increased by 30% the proportion of claims that are accepted from negotiation. So the average used to be around 65% about 10 years ago, and it's not 95% are accepted for resolution. Approximately on average, so last year, of course, was a higher number, but on average, we pay out about $1.7 billion. And we did a recent economic study of 20 First Nations case studies where they had resolved some specific claims. And the case studies found that 50% of the funding had been invested or saved in trust accounts. 30% of the funding is going towards service expansion and economic development, and 15% for individual compensation. And I mention that because it's important to see how the funding through spec claims is really contributing to generation of a prosperity within the nations, and also to be responsive to the community needs. And that's not always the perception. And I think it's important for us to demystify that perception and show the data, show the facts. I just wanted to talk a little, two minutes about the Specific Claims Tribunal, because that's been part of the work that the Specific Claims Reform tables have been looking at. So since they were established, they've had about 77 claims that they have received. 39 of those are stayed, which means they're on hold because they are under negotiation. We've had about 5 decisions from the tribunal only, but that said, those decisions have really informed the federal government's negotiation positions in a favorable way. And so wanted to mention that. The other area that has also been looked at is mediation or facilitation for those very large, more complex claims. And we have found that to be very helpful. So one of an example is Justice Yacobuchi, that in the prairies context was able to develop an agricultural benefits framework, which we were then able to get a broader authority so that we can expedite the resolution of these claims. Under the Specific Claims Reform process, there's also been a proposal to have a center for the resolution of specific claims, and accessing mediation or facilitation services would be seen to be part of that mandate as it moves forward. So in terms of the Specific Claims Reform proposal, I would say that it's substantively done in terms of all the work that we've done, including with the FN Chiefs Committee. And so we're at the stage of presenting that package to the minister and moving it forward through both processes, the First Nations approval process and our approval process. And we're hopeful that we're going to be able to move forward. Now, that said, I think what has been also really helpful to expedite the resolution of specific claims is funding to First Nations for them to be their own work. And I think that is going to be a key funding request for the next year and plus in order to be able to sustain the progress that we've been able to make together on this front. So maybe I'll stop there and I'll just open it up to questions that any of the chiefs would have either on these 2 items, or if there are other things that you'd like to raise on the CERNAC side. I'm happy. I may not have your answer, but I am happy to take those questions. We have time, I believe.
So if there are any questions? How's that? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, we'll go ahead with mic 3 and then mic 2. Chief Wabas.
Good. I just got here. What was the topic here? Additions to the reserve and specific claims policy reform update. Wannaman Lake First Nation has two parts of Indian reserves. And they're separate. And they're just right beside each other. Like, it's not far from we call it Gojiji.
Mhm.
That's one side of the reserve. And the other side of the reserve is on the west side. How can we put that there instead of instead of two separate boundary reserves? Like how can we put it together?
So what's separating the two?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It was like that when I yeah.
I'm just asking that question because sometimes it's a rail line.
Well, there's nothing there.
There's
It's
nothing there.
up north.
Okay.
We have no railroad.
Right. No,
lines
that's right.
or
I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
roads. Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
What would be the process? My question.
It's a good question. I mean, I'd
Yeah.
have to look at the specific situation of your community, which I'm happy to do quickly.
Yeah.
And to see what we would have to do, because I think, I mean, if you want to unify and create that one reserve boundary, you're having to add that particular portion of land to the reserve. And then I guess we'd have to do maybe a redesignation. Like
Yeah.
I'm not as much of an expert as I wish I could be on that, but I'm happy to follow up with you.
Okay. So there's a possibility that we can just put it together.
I've seen that done somewhere else in other
Yeah.
pockets. Yeah,
Okay. Good enough.
for
Thank you.
sure.
Microphone 2. Chief Miracle.
Nice to see you, Valerie.
Nice to see you.
I often remember the time that you and I polka down in Halifax there at the
Yeah,
FF
I was
meeting.
just telling that story. They were saying how great you are and you always look the same. And I said, he's a great jigger. I just said that last week. I swear to you. I just did.
Well, we'll have to have another dance so we can,
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
that
we
would
can
be
bring some
nice.
progress to our situation.
Now everybody's going to be wondering what we were doing and how.
Anyway, the First Nations have to pay taxes on lands that are acquired, waiting for addition to reserve policy. To comply with that, and of course, there's environmental assessments and satisfying municipal interest, all this sort of thing. The department used to, when land was purchased, I'll use the Dyes property in Shannonwood as an example. The land was held by the Crown in trust for the reserve to waiting to be added to reserve. Okay, that's the old policy. That worked. Canada does not use all the tools in the tools box to deal with that. They say, well, we don't hold land to add to reserves. You have to get a third party, or the band has to do it, a bank or a trustee. And so Section 125 of Canada's Constitution says in broad terms that no lands or property of the federal or provincial crown shall be liable to taxation. And it says no land or property belonging to Canada or any province shall be liable to taxation. So the government looks at reserve land as land held by the crown for the benefit of Indians to live there. And so why can't Section 125 be used to prevent the payment of taxes? The crown in its if it wants to, can give a PILT payment to the municipality if they choose, but there's no legal obligation. So by not using that tool, the Section 125 of the Constitution, you're putting that burden on the community. And I'd like to know if that can be changed. I'd like Sarah to speak to that. She's a lawyer. Sarah?
Sure.
Bonjour. So this is almost like a test by Chief Miracle to me. So he asked the question early or later this morning, and so we looked into it. And so Section 125 is, of course, the Constitution Act 1867. It follows the coordinate, separate, and independent nature of the two crown governments, the province and the federal government. And so if the federal government has lands in their federal lands, the province doesn't have a right to tax it. And so if the federal government does hold the lands as they do, as you know, when you settle a land claim and you get your land back, it has to go through this sort of upside down process of being um, returned from provincial to federal, and then there has to be some kind of vehicle for the First Nation to hold it until it's actually ATR'd. And so this process, we think, because there is common law cases about Section 125 and this sort of exemption from that taxation or the constitutional immunity from tax for these federal lands, is if there's a private beneficial interest, the province might be able to tax that beneficial interest. So you might have to have a layer of legislation, a tiny statute to say that basically there is no private beneficial interests under those circumstances. But we think that that's probably an innovation that could be helpful in regard to getting away from First Nations having to put together some kind of vehicle to hold the lands and then also be taxed by municipalities or the province for those lands. So there's potentially an innovation there. And Miigwech, Chief Merkel. Go ahead.
The municipalities are greedy. They want a lot of money. They want to get rich quick off of these land claims because you have to satisfy the municipal interest in order to get the movement from the federal government. But actually, there is a tool here, especially when the Crown is responsible for the breach of protecting that land from being illegally alienated. I think Canada has an obligation to use to take the land, hold it in trust, and use Section 125 of the Constitution to not pay taxes on that land. If you want to give them a bill payment, your policy is usually 5 years taxes. That's what the unspoken policy is now that they use. And say, this is what you're getting, and then you have to be satisfied. Instead of letting the municipality frustrate progress on the claim, while the federal government waits for the band to fatten the municipal wallets.
That's
So
really
I'd
interesting.
like to know if you would get a legal opinion
Yeah.
from the Department of Justice about using Section 125 to have the federal government hold land in trust while it's waiting for ATR. So that deals with this municipal taxation issue.
No, thank you very much for bringing that, Chief Miracle. And just so know, I'm not taking notes, but I do have two director generals of each of the areas that is listening in, and they are doing that for me. So just want to make sure people know that I'm documenting what you're asking here. It is interesting because we do hold some surplus lands in the context of treaty negotiations, for example, right? Like, so we've got situations, not many, but we do have some situations where we hold land under certain circumstances. So I'll certainly inquire with my team to see if they've looked at that before, and if not, we certainly will do that.
You can use some of your settlement money to buy the land, but while you're waiting for the ATR to go through these other studies that have to be done to satisfy the government's policy, the Crown could hold that land in trust to not be a tax burden on the First Nation.
Understood. Thank you for raising that. And it passed the test, right?
I also think that you also might think about not using Department of Justice lawyers on things that are innovative and creative, because Department of Justice lawyers don't normally have a pretty a sound legal imagination for these things.
I would just say that anything that is taxation policy is the Department of Finance anyways.
Microphone 1, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chief Karen Bell, Kettigong Zibi Garden River First Nation. So Garden River First Nation is next to the municipality of Sault Ste. Marie, and we have had a ATR process 30 plus years. We also have probably about a dozen or a little over a dozen non-Indigenous cottagers on that island. It's an island. The only way you can get to the island is by boat. It's adjacent to our community. From what I understand is that the city of Sault Ste. Marie is taxing those cottagers. From what I understand as well, we have been trying to negotiate with the first right of refusal. A lot of these cottagers are very elderly, and they're going to be looking to pass them on or sell them. And we wanted to put that policy in process so that Garden River could have that first option of refusal. And we were steaming along really well. And for some reason now, the process has stagnated, and I'm not sure why.
Okay.
I also know that there's other proponents involved, Hydro, Bell Canada, other underlining infrastructures that go to the island. So I know that all those proponents have been to the table at one point or another. I know Garden River is also spending a lot of money on legal to help us get this process moving along. But like I said, it's been 30+ years in the process, and I just hope and wonder that if this process is going to come to a fruition in the next, say, 5 years even, because at some point, the cottages that we ended up getting back, they're falling apart, and we're not investing in them to get our bang for the buck out of them
Yeah.
and even be able to do anything with the property, because we're still sitting at this stagnant stage. So I just wanted to bring that up. And I know, like you said, your technical team
They're
is sitting in and listening. And I'm hoping that at some point we can re-engage this process and start moving forward. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. And I do go to Sault Ste. Marie a few times a year as part of my FedNor role too. So I'm happy next time that I'm there to be able to stop in and visit Garden River again. It's been many years since I've had the opportunity to do that. So I'll remind myself to be able to do that too. And our technical team will share the information with me so I can get back to you on it. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you. Next, we will go online. Ugma, Adam Paywis. Go ahead, Ugma.
Honey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Kanugisha Conditioner Coach, Shanagadom Jabal, Megazido Dam, Nishnabay and Dow. My name is Adam Paywis. I'm the chief at Shawanaga First Nation, and welcome to our gathering, and certainly appreciate you being here to speak about this important topic. One quick point is that I hope that we reach a day where Ontario is at the same pace as some of the other provinces like Saskatchewan. My understanding is their ATR process is about 6 months long. And so it's a matter of process, and I hope to get there. My other point will be one where I would hope that the federal government can consider changing their process on the maximum amount allowable to pay out a claim. So currently, my understanding is that the maximum authorization of the department is 150 million without going to cabinet. And what I would suggest is that some of these claims are becoming larger and the monetary amounts are going to be larger. Our community at Shawanaga is engaged with a 10-year funding process with the department. So we've agreed to receive funding, and that's a different topic for a different day. But my point is the minister has agreed to a 10-year process of an paid amount. I would like the department to consider the maximum amount of $150 million, but over a 10-year process, so that the minister and your office could expedite some of these larger claims as they move forward. And that would basically leave communities and the department the opportunity to negotiate about to $1.5 billion over a 10-year period. Because in our situation, we're part of the Leagues versus Miles claim, where we were involved with the Restool case. And so we are engaged with Canada and with Ontario, and that is the current stumbling block, is that the value of the claim exceeds what is able for the minister to authorize. And my point is that the infraction or the trespass has occurred over 173 years. Why can't we come to an agreement where the funding could be allocated over a 10-year process, thereby moving the ability for the minister to authorize the 150 million over 10 years, moving it to a maximum of 1.5 billion. I think you would be able to settle a number of claims. I don't think our intention is to bankrupt the country, but our intent is to get justice. And if the justice that is available is peanuts, then that's why sometimes these claims take such a long time. So I would offer that for your consideration and hope that something somewhere like that could be added to the claims process. Miigwech, I hope everybody has a wonderful day. Lama.
Thank you very much for that, Chief. We have heard that from other Ontario First Nations, also in the context of making settlement offers where they are proposing to a multi-year sort of payout of the claim based on an annual amount. So you're not alone in terms of looking at that as an option. Not necessarily made the connection to the minister's level of authority, but that's an interesting way to frame it as well. So thank you for that suggestion. We've been talking about the tribunal cap amount at the table at the FN Chiefs Committee, but as I mentioned to you, there's very, very few claims overall that actually are going through the tribunal process. So it wouldn't address what you are talking about, which are claims that are really in active negotiation.
Miigwech, back to the room, microphone 3. Go ahead. Yeah, that's you, James.
Oh, here. Hello.
I didn't see the number. Good to see you again, Deputy Minister Gideon.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. As a former public servant. Shh. Yeah. I can say that now. I'm on the right side of the tracks. Anyhow, yeah, I dealt with some ATR issues at the intergovernmental affairs level, and one of the things that I found is it is cumbersome to deal with ATR. I believe one of the comments I had heard while working was that it's a minimum of 7 years. Then plus, you name it, as to how long take. But I guess my issue is that when governments have their pen in hand and they sign off, it's done. The deal is done. Now to get it back, get the land back, our lands back, it's a battle. And the government, the federal government is paying out for us to get our lands back. So anyhow, I'm not fully aware, at what stage my community is at. Oh yeah, for the record, James Cutfeet proxy for Kitchener-Maxwell. Sorry, Adam. We have a hodgepodge of lands, plots of land that were taken by Environment Canada, where the state was situated there, Hudson Bay, airlines that situated themselves in KI, and of course the church land. So we're trying to get those lands back eventually, but it's going to be a battle to get those back because of the different parties being involved. And somewhere in the reform of ATR, I'm hoping that there's a way to expedite the checkerboard of lands that we would like to get back, for us to take back. Now, the other issue is during reserve creation, Big Trout Lake, then KI, was a parent band to the surrounding communities. And I believe when the division of lands happened to create reserves, there may have been an error in how much land was removed from KI to create those reserves. I believe that might still be an issue. I remember Chief Morris talking about it at one point in time, and I haven't heard if there has been any resolution to that effect. So that's why I'm saying it's easy to for government just to say, okay, here's my signature. You no longer own the land, but for us to try and regain back our lands that have been reassigned, it's a battle. And I think ATR reform should try and address that as much as possible. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, James. And that's exactly what the ATR reform process is looking at. I think the federal government has been looking at like confirmation of this and assurance of that. And like, it's about sort of applying a much more pragmatic lens to this. Like, what is the actual level of risk here, right? And there are lots of contexts where First Nations will say, yeah, so there might still be an issue here, but I'm taking it on. You know, just give me the land back and I'm going to take it on. You don't need to be in the mix of this, right? And so that's the issue, is trying to remove the length of time it takes based on the fact that the federal government needs to check all of the different processes, eliminating some that aren't required. And then those that you still need to go through a step to minimize the burden on the First Nation and to allow the First Nation to really take that lead role in terms of moving through whatever process needs to be negotiated with those party interests, removing the feds from that, because the feds being into that is just causing further delays. And then you're constantly dependent on them being available, responding, that type of thing. And there's a lot of layers, and everybody has talked about how there's lots of rotation of staff because of the length of time. So there's a lot of issues in that process. So that is what it is about. But I have to look into the specific issue talked about around KI because I don't know, but we'll do that. Hello, Chief. Grand Chief.
Yeah, microphone 3. Go ahead, Grand Chief.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you for coming and addressing that. I know that Section 9124 was supposedly to protect First Nations interests, but in fact, we know in the past it was used by unscrupulous Indian Affairs ministers and to actually take lands from people specifically. I think it'll happen a lot in the prairies. So it should also be used to reverse that tide. And I think there should be some legislative changes also to recognize getting that land back as an inherent right. You know, and once a third party interest is removed, once a First Nation purchases it, there are also other barriers besides the taxation, but there's other issues meshed in within the taxation as well. For instance, while it's undergoing transformation, is a First Nation really barred from using that land? Like say it's zoned agricultural when you buy it, all of a sudden you may put a gas station or housing or something on there. All of a sudden MPAC comes along and rezones it, quadruples your tax rate. You know, so those kind of things are all too common. So I think there's got to be some kind of immediate thing to allay those kind of reactions. There's a tripartite table to look at that taxation part in particular. I think that would be helpful. Also having a virtual platform where First Nations are in the ATR process. I think that would also help for transparency and accountability's sake. So that you know don't get bogged down and all you have to keep track of where you are is correspondence back and forth. There could also be an online platform that First Nations could access where it tracks where you are in that whole process. So I look forward to more things to speed up that transition. So all right, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. And we actually, so ISK actually has that system now being developed, well, almost finished is my understanding. I'm supposed to be getting a demo of it next week. So I would suggest that when we get either the Chiefs Committee on the national level, but then the Ontario Trilateral Technical Table, that we support a demo of that. And that's exactly the point, is for First Nations to be able to go into the system to actually see the status of their ATR. But what I also want to do is push further to have a public dashboard, not necessarily all the specific First Nations information, which is your information, but for public accountability around what's happening so that you can see that. And there's no reason why we can't do something like that. I know there are issues with drinking water, but at the drinking water level, that's what's happened, right? Where there's like a website, you can go and you see the status of the long-term drinking water advisories. I was thinking about the same, that's what the minister was talking about and suggesting, let's have the same model for ATRs. And that will push greater accountability of the system.
Thank you. That brings me up to another, I think under the old process, where you couldn't expect to receive any funds for infrastructure if you had acquired lands. I think the way it was in the past. Even with your regular infrastructure, water, if you wanted to use it for commercial or other purposes, that was not a factor in designing your water systems. And I know we had encountered that on Oneida, where we had a long-term care facility, and that took almost all the remaining capacity that we had. And so I think in terms of when there's acquired lands in additions to the reserve, there has to be also funds allocated for what you want to put on there, you know, in terms. It's not one economic reconciliation, but just in terms of building more housing and supporting that with you know, three-phase water, broadband, all of those kind of things. So anyway, I just wanted to mention it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grand Chief. And many years ago, I visited your long-term care facility and it was really beautiful. I remember that.
Miigwech, Grand Chief and technical staff, I think microphone 3 is starting to go, so we might need to replace the battery, microphone 3. Looking around the room, I don't see anybody approaching any of the microphones. I'm looking online, nobody online as well, but if you are online, if you have any questions, if you can't find the button, just hit unmute and we'll have you recognized. Otherwise, I will ask Valerie Gideon if there are any final comments as we wrap up the discussion.
No, just thank you very much for inviting me. I really do appreciate the ability to come back here also to Thunder Bay. And I'm really looking forward to working with the chiefs on breaking through these concrete problems and issues. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for your time, generosity. Merci. Walalan, Walalia.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Gideon. I wanted to provide also an update from my office and the work that we're doing as well on this. And you know that the deputy mentioned a trilateral table that a request has been made. So one of the things that we have made amongst the many files that we have in our office and for our region is the additions to reserve, right? And the mining aspect as well. The rights assertion are some of the priority files that we're working on. And so I've had an opportunity to see a few of our communities over the last several months as being the regional chief. And one of them that we've talked about is the additions to reserve and how that impacts communities at so many levels. And so as part of the work that I do on behalf of our region at the AFN, I also chair the Lands Territorial Resources table, which includes ATR. And so one of the things that we've asked the minister responsible, Minister Gary, as well as Minister Haidu from the federal government and the Ontario government, Minister Rickford, to commit to a process where we can examine the additions to reserve process specifically for our region. And so I know that, a number of communities have expressed a concern around that and, in your questions today. And so we do have a commitment from the ministers to look at that process. And so through the work that I've been doing and, as the regional chief, I'm from the South and we don't have mining claims, right? And so we know that the MLAS system is a real contentious issue for us, and that creates what they call third-party interests, and all of you have talked about that. And so as our office dives more into the mechanics of the additions to reserve, and I think that most of you know this from your experience, or the technicians do, when we look at additions to reserve, there's a role for the federal government and there's a role for the province. And so last week, our leadership council met with the premier as part of our leadership advocacy strategy. One of the items that I did when Premier Ford was in there was talk specifically about additions to reserve, because what I've heard in talking with the federal folks and people at your tables in your communities is saying, well, we have an agreement from the federal government, but the province is taking so long to come back. But the province is working through these third-party claims that exist in that land. And so what we have said to Ontario is that we need Ontario to put more additional resources into the additions to reserve process. That means their part. So when the federal government works through, says, okay, we're ready now, the province has to go back and work through all the third-party claims that exist, whether they be mining claims, whether they be, hydro easements or what have you. It's all the province. And so it seems as though that the IEO, Minister Rickford's office, is the one that shepherds that, and then it goes off into the other ministries responsible, whether it be MNR or mines, to work through those third-party interests. And so one of the pushes that we'll be doing politically upon Ontario is to dedicate more resources for people to work through those third-party claims so that it's not holding up those processes, right? I mean, you've heard that, you know, the federal government has a whole division working on ATR. We need Ontario to have a whole division working on ATR so that we can advance these a little bit quicker. Now, I know there's legislative reform that has to happen. A number of you have mentioned, I think Chief Paywis mentioned how in other provinces, 30 days and, you know, these lands can be turned over. Well, that's a legislative problem in Ontario. What are those barriers that are created in Ontario that don't allow for additions to reserve processes to move faster? Well, it's a federal policy. The province plays a role. So I want to relate to you that, you know, we are pushing hard on the provincial government to put more resources into that so that the trilateral table that we're going to be setting up can advance a little bit more. The thought and process around trilateral table is to take some specific community files, and I know everybody has them, but some of the ones that we can sit at the table with Ontario, with the federal government, with the right people to break down what those barriers are so that it can go back to Ministry of Mines or Ministry of Natural Resources and say, you need to satisfy, you know, these third-party claims and do it this way, right? Instead of, you know, we've heard, and it's just expressed that, you know, folks sit at the table, it takes really long, people change, you know, and it just bogs down the process and creates more frustration in your communities. Number of communities have said that they want to build more homes, they want to start businesses, but can't because the ATR process is holding them back. And so we're pushing very hard to find different ways to make sure that we're doing the work that you have set out for us in our region. So I wanted to provide that context. I know that Deputy Minister had mentioned some of that. And so we're working collaboratively with both ministers in Ontario to see if we can advance this work, because really drilling down on the mechanics about this. When you sit with the minister, you know, they really have, in most parts and around this file, the intention to advance the additions to reserve. It's the mechanics that's breaking it down. So Deputy, I wanted to thank you so much for making time this afternoon. And we do have a gift for you on behalf of the Chiefs of Ontario and our leadership.
Thank you very much.
Now we'll go.
There you go. Miigwech, thank you very much, Ontario Regional Chief Benedict, as well as Valerie Gideon, Deputy Minister. So with that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague here to get right into our next discussion item. Miigwech.
All right, miigwech, Adam. So at this time, we are moving on to our next topic and subject, which is the J Treaty Border Alliance. Our wonderful presenter on this topic is ORC. So I'm gonna invite him up to the podium. It's gonna take him a little bit to get up here, eh? Or yeah, all right. He's gonna take his time, so he's thirsty.
Miigwech here for that. Do we have a clicker? Jackie had it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thought the lawyers ran off with our clicker there when Kent was up here. So I wanted to take this opportunity to provide information to all of the leadership in our region about a file that we're supporting in the regional chief's office. And so, as you know, the community of Akwesasne is dissected by the international border, two provincial governments in a state government. And so we have been in Akwesasne and many other communities across Turtle Island that are directly impacted daily by the international border, have been part of an organization called the J Treaty Border Alliance. And so it's formerly known as the Northern Tribal Border Alliance, but that name was changed a few years ago because the northern border and the southern border is a little bit different in the context of the state of or the United States. And so that was formed in 2017 by tribal governments and First Nation communities to collaborate on our efforts to bring rights preserved in what is known as the J Treaty and create effective working relationships with the United States Customs and the CBSA to address the unique issues that are created by the United States border. And so this, the JTBA has been working, and there's a number of communities in the room that have participated with the JTBA at different levels and over the years to support the work that's been happening. And so over the number of years, there have been various what we call summits that have occurred between the JTBA or with the JTBA and a number of their communities. And so dating back to 2017, there was some there was a summit held. And in 2018, there was a summit in May in Akwesasne. There was a fly-in in Washington, D.C. So over the years, there have been various gatherings of leadership, of technicians, communities that are interested in advancing what is considered, you know, let's say a right, but I don't know if many people reference the Jay Treaty itself, a treaty that was signed between Great Britain and the United States. And so when Canada came its own state, it was agreement that it didn't honor. And so the United States has ratified that into legislation. But when you break down the Jay Treaty itself and you look at it, many people say I have, you know, a right to cross the border because I have the Jay Treaty right. But the Jay Treaty itself was a treaty or an agreement between Great Britain and the United States that had a number of articles in there. And one specific article acknowledged that First Nations people or Indians were living on both sides of the border that they were creating. But the signatories to the actual Jay Treaty was between Great Britain and the United States, not our people. And so when people say I have a treaty right to cross the border, it's a bit of a stretch on that. And when you break the mechanics down as well, the Jay Treaty in the way it's written was actually a treaty in geographically only in about Eastern Ontario and Ontario and what is now known as upstate New York, that region, upper and lower, upper Canada, and then the United States area. And so then if you actually break down the Jay Treaty itself, that the language there, it's only geographically located in one part of Turtle Island. It's not all of the border. And so it's not, and most people don't know that when you break it down. So it's important that we send that context a bit. So, because a lot of our younger folks say that we have a right to cross the border, but the Jay Treaty is not technically a treaty that was signed between any sovereign state in our nations. And so part of the work that we have been doing at the Jay Treaty Border Alliance or the Jay Treaty Border Alliance has been doing is advocating Canada and the United States for changes to legislation that impact our people. And specifically, it's been around the right of entry. And so the Jay Treaty prescribes that, you know, First Nations people on each side of the border have the right to cross that border without being impeded, right? And so that's the mobility part. But our existence in those rights of having the ability to move across territorial lands is inherent. It's not something that has been driven by the treaty. It's something that we've had as Indigenous people. So part of the lobby efforts that we're doing in the United States, the JTBA is doing, is to have part of the code, United States legislation changed. And so I have the excerpt here of Section 289 of the INA, which is the Immigration and Nationality Act of the United States, provides that the right of American Indians born in Canada to enter the United States shall extend only to persons possessing at least 50% blood quantum of the Indian race. So those of you that, you know, frequent the border or have your communities are near the border may know that sometimes U.S. Customs asks for a blood quantum letter. And that's why they ask, because they're otherwise, if you're showing up at the border, they treat you as just as a Canadian, unless you can prove to the American Customs that you have more than 50% of blood of the Indian race. And that gives you the right of entry, which means they can't stop you from going into the country. If you go in as a Canadian and you don't meet the requirements for an entry, they can stop you, right? And so that's the lobby work that the JTBA is actually lobbying the United States Congress to remove the 50% language in there, because there is no other race in the United States that has to identify how much they are of that other than our people having to cross that border. So that's the American lobby. That's been happening for a number of years and asking, you know, Congress at different levels to remove that. Now, we know that right now the United States government is in a flux again, that they have difficulty changing legislation in many areas, but this is the lobby efforts that's ongoing, will continue to go until those changes have been made. And so the Canadian lobby efforts, that's been happening for a number of years. And so I know this is very insulting to our people, and we've made it very clear. But when you look at the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, also known as IRPA, There's language specifically in there in section 19 that talks about the persons who can enter into Canada. It says every Canadian citizen within the means of the Citizenship Act and every person registered as an Indian under the Indian Act has the right to enter and remain in Canada in accordance with that act. And so that is why when our people show up at the Canada Customs, they show the status card and that gives them the right to enter. So you can enter into Canada either if you're a Canadian identified by a Canadian passport or a birth certificate or a status card, which means you have the right to come into Canada. So the challenge with that is that doesn't include members of our communities or extended families that are quote unquote American born Indians. Because people that were born in the United States that are members of a tribe in the United States, for the most part, don't have Indian registry. And so what we're asking the federal government in Canada to do is include language that says, in every person recognized as a citizen or member of an Indian nation or tribe officially recognized by the United States government. So that means that if this request is entered or is accepted into legislation, that you would show up with a passport, a certificate of Indian status, or a tribal card, and it'd give you the right to enter into Canada. And so in practicality, what it is that the United States recognizes that we have the right to cross the border freely. Canada does not, as far as it goes as First Nations people, regardless of where you're born. And so there's just a photo there of April in 2022 with then Minister Marco Mendocino, who was the Minister of Public Safety, made a commitment to the J Treaty Border Alliance that a process would be undertaken to look at changing legislation to allow for American-born Indians to enter into Canada as a right. And so most recently, we've had a lobby in 2024, and it's been lobbies in between, again, reiterating the position of the J Treaty Border Alliance that they want changes to the legislation. And so I will say that every member of the J Treaty Border Alliance has been a voluntary member over the number of years. There's no supports provided by either Canada or United States to do that lobby work. It's a commitment by the members of the organization to support the lobby efforts to make a difference at the border. So in 2022, and then Minister Mendocino committed to a process to improve the border crossing experience for our people, there was a process that was established. And so when we take a look at this chart here, there's three parts to it. There's what we consider the high table, the governance table, and the technical table. And so these essentially, the high table is made up of three ministers, the Minister of Crown Relations, the Minister of Immigration, and the Minister of Public Safety. Those are the three ministers and ministries responsible for the border crossing. The immigration is because that is where the legislation is drawn from. Public safety, because Canada Border Services is one of their agencies, and then Indigenous Crown Relations because it impacts rights of our people. And so what we have established is the high-level table provides guidance and oversight on the work that's being done under the JTBA and what we call is the J Treaty Border Alliance Collaborative Initiative. And so it's a collaborative process between Canada and the JTBA members to advance a number of technical tables. And so when we go from left to right, the high-level body provides action and provides like oversight and raises through the governance table. So it actually flows from the left. From your left to flows from the right to the left. So it goes from the green side all the way up to the high table. And so essentially these technical tables, when you break it down to the far right, is the technical tables are tables that are established by either leadership, First Nation leadership, including their technicians and representative of different technical people from the federal government to work on these areas, which is the border crossing experience. So one of the things that we have heard is not only in some situations our people are being denied entry into Canada, but they're experiencing very difficult situations, either experience racism, being searched, being held up. And so the minister said that as part of this process, I want a table set up so that we can improve the border crossing experience for our people. good entry of goods. And so there's another table set up that's made of technical people and leadership from the First Nation side and government side to examine what those legislative barriers are for goods to be entered into Canada from our people carrying goods. And so if our folks go into the United States for a day, you're required to declare that under Canadian legislation and then pay duties and taxes and applicable. And so we're looking at the entry of goods for personal use. Section 19 of IRPA, again, that's the legislation that says that you have to have either be a Canadian citizen or have a status card in order to enter into Canada as a right. And so that table has been the priority table. And I described earlier the ask to federal government to the government to change legislation to change legislation to allow for American-born Indians in. So that's the right of entry table, Section 19 of IRPA. The other one is the identification and travel documentation. So what that means is that what that means is basically the identification that our people use at the border. So right now, as I described earlier, either use a passport or a certificate of Indian status. And these two instruments are essentially the items that are used, but that's not, two things. Our people don't always want to use a status card. And in my community of Akwesasne, we have the tribe on the American side. We also have the Mohawk Nation Council of Chiefs, which is the hereditary government of our people, which also issues their own passport. And so under Canadian legislation, a Haudenosaunee passport is not recognized. And so the travel documents is a table that plays hand in hand with the entry of right, because within the United States, every tribe has the ability to determine who their members are, hold their own registry, and issue their own identification. Over here, we have Section 10 of the Indian Act that allows you to have your own band list, your own membership list, but ultimately it drills down to just having a status card, which we don't have control over who gets Indian registry. So that's why travel documentation is one of the tables that exists on there. And one of the new tables that has been developed is the safety and security table. And so that's just recently been agreed to by the JTBA members and the federal government will add that table. And so the technical tables focus on those areas. And what they do is they feed into the governance table. So the governance table is made up of deputy ministers from those three departments that I talked about: immigration, public safety, and Crown relations. And then we also have leadership or designates on that table as well. And so the technical tables report to the governance table, and the governance table ensures that the work that's been set out by the high table, is being executed by the technical table. So it really flows upwards. If there are any issues of dispute or issues that need political intervention, either from our elected leadership or the federal government, the high table is that table that works on that. And the governance table oversees the technical tables. And so this process has been going on for a number of years. And so since I've come on as the Ontario Regional Chief, this is something that the JTBA, the member organizations, have agreed that we would continue to support from our regional office as far as administrating it. Now, we're not leading the work because there are member nations of the JTBA that are supportive of, or that are helping, are doing this work. The Chiefs of Ontario will continue to advance this from an administrative level, and that means just helping with the political lobbying and the advocacy of this process. And so there's another element that I wanted to share with you as well, is that as the JTBA has been doing this work on their own without any support from the AFN, without no financial support from the federal government. Most recently, the AFN has gone to the Minister of Public Safety and said, we want to establish our own border crossing table. And so one of the challenges that the JTBA has with that right now is that we have a commitment from the federal government to introduce legislation to allow for American Indians to the right of entry into Canada by the end of this year. Now, whether or not that becomes full legislation and those changes are implemented is unknown, because we don't know how long this federal government will be around. There is a concern that, as the AFN wants to pick up the border work, that it will slow this process down. And so what the JTBA has committed to doing is ensuring that we are sharing this information, inviting other members to help advocate for this change, because ultimately, if the federal government approves changes to the existing legislation, that means that any community impacted by that right of entry will benefit from it. And so there's not a whole lot of other ways to satisfy the right of entry than changing legislation. The other thing that we have pushed hard on the federal government when we talk about this file is that, and I mentioned this earlier, when we look at the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, it's insulting that who can enter into Canada is under the Immigration Act. And so what we have told the federal government is that we want changes immediately to allow for our brothers and sisters in the South to enter into Canada. But our long term is to get legislation specifically identified for our border rights so that we're not included in the Immigration Refugee Protection Act. We have an Indigenous Border Act or what have you that may be called, because it really is not a place for us to be parked under in the immigration aspect. And so that is the information that I wanted to share. They do have a website. If you Google the JTBA, we will be providing the JTBA will be providing an update at the AFN in a couple of weeks in one of their plenaries that they have ahead of it. And if there are members who are interested in more information, we definitely can make the connection with folks that are helping as well with this work. Or if you want to participate and support the lobby efforts, is really what we're hoping to do as well. We're definitely they're open to do that. And so I'll break there. Hopefully that makes some sense on the work that we're doing. And if there are any questions, we definitely, I can answer to the best of my ability or get the right person. I want to say that the technical tables, the border crossing experience is one of the big ones that impact our people, because we've all have experiences where either ourselves or members of our nations have crossed the border, been held up, sacred items have been violated, and that border crossing experience table is working on ensuring that the policies are changed, that if there's legislation needed or if there's training is in there, so that we're not running into those across Turtle Island. So, Chief will go.
Yes, good afternoon. Chief Karen Bell, Kettigong-Zibi Garden River First Nation. So my community is a baseball throw or less away from the state of Michigan. And since I took into office, which is a little over a year ago, I've been asked to sign probably over 40 blood quantum letters. I just wanted you to know that I feel uncomfortable signing them because I don't know if these people are 50% or more. And if I had a person present themselves that was 48% or 49%, I can't sign the letter. A lot of my members who show up at the port of entry tell me that they get stopped, detained, held up, and then they are told to go back to their nation to get this blood quantum letter. We have a membership of 3,500, and predominantly the majority of our members live off the nation. So I don't even know who they are. And I'm expected to sign a letter stating that these persons or person has at least 50% blood quantum. I feel like I'm violating somebody's human rights. I believe that Indigenous First Nation people are the only people or race of people that are being asked for a blood quantum letter to enter into the US. And as First Nations people of this country, I feel, well, it's upsetting, but I just don't feel right signing these letters. And if I don't sign them, then these people don't have an opportunity to enter the US for whatever reason. And some you can be in one vehicle, and some they'll say 3 of you can go, but this person has to go back. So I would like to have a little bit better clarification and a little bit more comfort knowing that if I'm being tasked to sign these letters, then if there's other nations that are near the borders, if they're doing the same thing, because I just feel I'm violating people's rights. And I shouldn't have to know if they're 12% or they're 50% or they're 60 or 80%. That's really none of my, like, I don't think that's my business to know. They have a status card. They say they're a member of my First Nation. That's acceptable to my nation and to Indigenous Services Canada. So with that, I think that a little bit more understanding for myself, because I have another 3 years in my position to sit here, and I'm going to be asked probably as time goes on to sign more and more letters. And how do I tell one status band member of Garden River First Nation that I'll sign the letter, but I can't sign this letter? And now we're looking at taking in or accepting through legislation, not by us, but by the federal government, that we're accepting more people into our nations, that all these people may not have an opportunity, or I will not be able to sign these letters saying that they have at least 50% blood quantum so that they can go into the US. And I was hoping that some lobbying could be done or some conversations at the higher level than certainly my level can be had with the government and even with the Michigan or US government levels, not just Michigan, but other US levels, saying that, this is an unfair practice and we should cease and desist it. Miigwech.
No, absolutely. And so the one good, well, many of the good things, but one of the things with the Jade Treaty Border Alliance is that there are a number of communities that are involved and have a lot of technical expertise around various areas, and it definitely is able to help support making local connections with those either directors or senior management in various parts of border crossing communities to help mitigate some of that. So this issue around the 51% blood quantum or 50% blood quantum definitely is a real stickler for everything you've described, right? And many communities don't use that as far as who their members are. If you have to meet a certain blood quantum threshold, and then puts communities in those positions. And so, as I mentioned, part of the advocacy is to remove that. But it begs to differ. The bigger question, and we talked about this a couple of times, is who our members are, and does it have to be under the Indian registry, right? And so that's part of the work, not directly, but that's how the identification aspect plays into that as well. Because if we can satisfy, both governments on identification, it will make a difference for our folks. Because and generally also, from my experience, being where my community is located, is that, unless they have unless they're
Time to ask, but what about Bill C-38? How many children, how many grandchildren and great-grandchildren of families who are waiting for that bill to pass? It's already had its second reading, it's in limbo, and there's a whole generation that is sitting. And so, for example, we have families in my community where everybody can cross except the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren, because they are not identified as Indigenous by ISK. And so they're waiting for that designation to come. I have sent letter after letter. I sent one to Minister Harju, and I got a response back from one of the people that work with her, thanking me for the letter, thanking me for my interest, but they blamed the PCs for holding it up. But the point is, we have a whole generation of people who are waiting for that, and they're waiting for that. So you'll have a whole family heading across the border. Everybody can cross except the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren. So they don't go. So I'm just wondering what the Chiefs of Ontario and what their stand is on that, and if there's anything that they can or are willing to do to, perhaps, move that forward. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. I mean, and it goes back a bit to who has the right and who doesn't, right? And so the only ones that would be granted that right is people that have a certificate of Indian status. And so as we wait for amendments to occur with respect to Indian registry, it definitely leaves people in those situations. And so that's again the importance of the identification aspect, as well as ultimately, and we've had this conversation around the child welfare reform, is about off reserve, on reserve. Well, off reserve, on reserve can have have a registry card, but it's also about services and who we're providing services for our members, right? And that's something that we need to think about in our region is what is, you know, that nationhood and what that system looks like, because we're all confined by the Indian Act to determine who is our members and who isn't. And that's very far from who we are as Haudenosaunee, as Snohomish people and the traditions that we have. So I'll say one more thing though on that identity aspect too, and it's not specific to that, but part of the work that the JTBA is doing that's also supporting this is the UNDRIP legislation. And so the UNDRIP talks about communities that have been dissected by international lines and that, you know, the impediment that's happening there. So part of the action plan work that Justice Canada is doing, this is supportive of that as well. The challenge with that is, you know, is that Canada insists, you know, when talking about certain legislation, that the Métis be included in this. And so one of the things that the JTBA has been very clear with the federal government is when we talk about border rights, there are no border rights for Métis people. And so, but unfortunately, through the work that they're doing around border mobility at the federal government, they are having conversations with the Métis around border rights. And so it is really upsetting. And I can tell you that members of the JTBA continue to remind the federal government that Métis, specifically in our region, don't exist, but also they definitely, you know, these people that are identifying as Métis do not have border mobility rights. And so we keep pushing back on that. But I just wanted to, you know, add that in there, that some of the messaging that we're hearing from the federal government is concerning around Métis. The one good thing is that if the Métis shows up at the United States border, you know, they don't recognize Métis as having any rights either. So, I mean, Canada can talk with the Métis all they want about border mobility rights, but until, you know, since the United States don't recognize the Métis, there's, you know, they're not going to be getting across any border. Yes. Microphone 2.
Bonjour, Wyndham Algonock. Gibonjiba Obajonan. Shnabedo. Mea Pene, the Shumson Awok. Gigidawok. Hereditary Nishnabe. Mea Gema. Giaba Gema Ok. No. My name is Don Wabus. I'm originally from Batchewana First Nation. I'm one of the traditional people from our territory. One of the things I would like to ask, I know that you were talking about blood quantum. Also know that they never asked any other nationality about their blood quantum. This blood quantum is very it's very ignorant to racism to our people. Can we stand and talk? Can I stand here and say, what is my blood quantum? I'm a Anishinaabe. Stick a needle in here, pull my blood out. Can you tell me? Again, that reminds me of the assimilation of Bill C-31, how Bill C-31 started. Getting rid of who we are as Anishinaabe. So for us, is that when we're going to the States, we shouldn't have to present blood quantum because there's no such thing as blood quantum in any other nationality. Miigwech.
Thank you much for that. There again, this is information share. The work that we're supporting this administratively at the Chiefs of Ontario. We have secured a grant from the federal government to support a person to do this work in the regional office. And so, the work that we are doing in the regional offices is helping coordinate the technical tables. When you look at that chart again, we're not, all the folks that are doing the work on those tables are member nations of the JTBA. And so I want to make it clear that any community that wants to support this work or become part of it, learn more information, ask for technical support is welcome to join. It's just that this, this file is something that will impact all of our communities when we are able to get the legislation changed, or as well, those technical tables that from the border treatment or the border experience is extremely important to all of our communities, regardless of where we live in. So this is information sharing. We're definitely going to continue to keep you updated as we move along, and looking for support as we get, hopefully get legislation tabled by the federal government to change the legislation that doesn't allow for our brothers and sisters born in the United States to cross the border. So miigwech Yamagoa.
All right, Chimigwech there, Mr. ORC. That was awesome. Very, very informative. I actually learned a few things, some things add to the knowledge, to the bank of knowledge. So at this. I'm getting fired. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna turn it over to the awesome but also very scary to me, Vera. She's will be taking over.
They're called grandchildren. It's a defense tactic, Pierre. I'd like to invite our guest, Gina Dockstetter. She's going to address Indigenous financial solutions and the boarding home class action lawsuit. So Gina?
Thank you. Sagole Buju, thank you for the welcome and the opportunity. Just like to acknowledge the leadership chiefs in the room, elders, knowledge keepers, and as a former Chiefs of Ontario staff person, it's great to be back and see so many familiar faces. Yes, I am working on the Indian boarding homes class action settlement not agreement, but the implementation of that. And so I'm here as part of a community engagement team that is moving across the country and has folks in every region trying to share and ensure that the most number of possible claimants can access the claim and the process and understand what it's about. I should have also started with my family, if you probably maybe sense, but maybe Dockstetter, which community, a member of the Oneida Nation, and on my mom's, we're from Bikej in Southern Ontario. So yes, here I am. As well, I would just like to say that the claims administrator that's hired our community engagement team to do this in a good way is PricewaterhouseCoopers. And they will be receiving the applications and doing the research, et cetera, and moving through that process. So I have my notes here. And you've seen our booth. We're in the hall. It's probably where you got the Werther's candies. Thank you for those that stopped by. And we are there and willing to walk through the claim category 1 if you'd like to or have any further questions. So hopefully this isn't too repetitive. But just to provide a bit of background on the actual class action, it was brought forward in
in 2019 by two plaintiffs, one from British Columbia and one from Quebec. And the person from British Columbia actually had submitted a claim through the residential school process, and it was denied. And we all know how difficult that is to go through that process and then to experience that denial. In her case, it was really good that she was working with a lawyer, because they looked more closely at her claim and discovered that there was another program, and it was the Indian Boarding Homes program. So in December 2023, after filing that lawsuit, the federal court approved the settlement agreement. And they admitted that they haven't kept very good records, the federal government. So they are estimating that there are approximately 40,000 claimants across the country that would be affected by the boarding homes program. The claims process and the ability to submit applications started in August of this, so a few months ago, of 2024. And just pointing out that the lawsuit was seeking compensation, recognition, and justice for those experiences that people had. And of course, you know, the financial compensation is only one piece of the healing and experience that people would be going through as they consider their experience in the boarding homes program. And I guess just to add some context, we've done a number of sessions in Alberta and Saskatchewan. We have done 2 in Ontario so far, Moose Cree and Attawapiskat. And we continually, people are just coming to even that realization that their experience living in a private home was in fact a program. And that in itself takes a moment to process. So just thinking about that. And so a little bit of a background, the boarding homes program placed First Nations and Inuit, and in some cases, and as it turns out, many were not necessarily status, and they gained their status since. So we've had questions around that. Some folks, there may have been in there, they don't quite have the records, but the Saskatchewan Métis were placed in the program. So if the federal government was responsible for it, they're trying to address that as well. Again, as I mentioned, the harms caused by the program, including abuse, loss of culture, and prolonged absences from family. Again, there's compensation available. The eligibility timeframe for this class action settlement is between 1951 and 1992. And I know someone here came to me, there is times when after 1992, if the federal government was considered responsible, then that person would still be eligible. And then this final piece reads, and I had to read it several times as I'm familiarizing myself, a potential claimant has to have been alive as of July 24th, 2016. So I know a number of people have had their loved ones pass away prior to that, and unfortunately, their family isn't able to apply on their behalf. So, and other people have asked and brought up a number of things now that we've done some of the sessions, but one is, are you eligible if you took part in a previous class action? And yes, you are eligible. And many of us know many people who've applied, unfortunately, for the different settlements. Also taking a moment here to recognize that the previous class actions have not been easy, and that we understand that the lawyers involved in these settlements are trying to learn from the previous class actions and improve that. And I guess I would just say that part of having an Indigenous engagement team involved is to try to ensure that they're even going into community in a good and cultural way with the appropriate supports. As we know, these reliving these experiences can be emotional and triggering. So yes, all of those various class actions you may have been a part of and can still apply. So who can file a claim? There are three different types that can apply. A primary class member. So it's the person who actually lived with another family to attend school in their private home. So not a school, but the private home. And you were in public school or high school. It doesn't apply if you lived with a family for post-secondary. So just keeping that in mind. And so you're applying on your own behalf. You're considered a primary class member. A personal representative can apply on behalf and submit of someone who's considered a person under a disability. And the legal language is there. So for you to read, that needs somebody else to manage their affairs. And we've had a number of inquiries, as I mentioned, around estate representatives. So that's a person who would submit on behalf of someone that passed away, and it can be with or without a will. However, I would state that that estate representative submission will only be processed at the end of the claims period, which is in February 2027. So it's open from August until February 24th, 2027. This is the portion where we're just spend a bit of time talking about the two types of claims. Category 1 is really the common experience payment, if you're familiar with that, and it's for placement. As you're filling out that claim, it's really your basic information. Maybe if you can remember the family you lived with or the school you went to, there's spaces there to put in some supporting information. Many people don't remember, and that's okay as long as your name and your personal ID is there. You can submit, and they'll still move through and research that. And the category 2, just around the category 1, the amount for the category 1 is $10,000 and then the category 2 is between 10,000 to 200, depending on the severity of the harm suffered. And this is also the place where if a person would like to engage the support of a lawyer, this is where the federal government will provide the funding to go through that process. So if somebody is eligible for an amount, the lawyer's fees do not come out of that person's compensation. It comes from the federal government. So again, filing the category 1 and then the 2, it's optional for people. So you don't have to submit it all in one package. And in fact, we're encouraging and actually spoke to the lawyer that's here, and they wait a month before going through a category 2, just encouraging people to take your time as you move through a category 2 claim to remember as much as possible, because once the claim is submitted, it cannot have any additions added to it. So we're encouraging people to take that time. Again, 2, you must complete the category 1 before the 2. Again, I sort of touched on that. Keep going. And then how do you start the claims process? This is just a bit of a timeline, and I've had a few people here who've expressed that they've already submitted their category 1. Essentially, you can fill it out in a number of ways. At our booth, there's a hard copy, but you can do it online, or you can rate on their website, or you can download the document and submit it that way. And within 4 to 8 weeks, you should get an acknowledgement receipt of your application, which I know in some of the other class actions didn't always happen in a timely way or ever. So there is a commitment to ensure that that happens. And then there's the review process. So in that stage, the claims administrator may reach out and seek additional information. And in those cases, you're able to provide additional information. The expectation or the duration to receive results is within 6 to 8 months. There are already, I think, I could be incorrect, but up to 400 or 4,000 applicants. So I'm kind of looking to my colleague, but maybe we'll come back to that. But there are a lot, and there's, depending on the complexity, takes some additional research to go through. So that's the process for both category 1 and 2. And again, around the piece if someone's passed away, that it would be processed at the end of the claims period. How you submit, it's again online, email, fax, mail. There's prepaid postage envelopes if you think you're going to do the hand copy at our table. A part of the reason we're coming to you is we are trying to reach out to your communities and set up community information sessions with all the right supports for your members. And so we would say reach out to us to set that up, and we'll do our best to come. Perhaps it's in clusters, or also we'll be doing them in urban centers. There are also virtual options and webinars that are being regularly scheduled. There are and will be additional information on the Indian boarding homes website that talks about how to complete a claim. So you literally walks you through that process, as well as a similar presentation to the one I'm making here that's available for your own downloading and sharing with your community. As I've mentioned, the experience there can be triggering. And so the settlement agreement actually includes reference to health supports. And so as we're going in, the health supports that are in communities have been invited out, as well as there's the Hope for Wellness helpline that's available. But specifically, if you are wanting to better understand the claims process, we invite you to contact the actual claims administrator, and their information is there. It's also on the website. If you would like to understand your legal rights under the class action, the two law firms involved are listed there, Class Counsel Klein and the Quebec Subcounsel Dion Schultz. So, and then that question around finding a lawyer to assist you with your Category 2 claim. We cannot advocate for any specific lawyers on behalf of the claims administrator. So we've encouraged people to go to you as leaders to if they don't know a lawyer that they trust, who do you as leadership trust in your community to work with your folks? We are aware that some lawyers went to communities before the claims process even opened, and that the claims were available. So we really were encouraging people to make sure that you're filling out the application, that you have a copy of the actual application, and just, you know, go through that process. And again, as I mentioned, if you're interested in further community engagement, reach out to us. I have noticed that Grand Council Treaty 3 and NAN have some upcoming sessions, so have connected with some of your staff about how we can support that, and happy to do so. I touched a little bit here on the wellness and support resources that are available. This is a little bit more directed at in-community presentation, so that's why it's presented that way. And then sort of in closing, the claim forms, as I mentioned, the Category 1 we have here. We didn't bring the Category 2. When you begin to look at the level of harm, it's a lot. So we just brought the first one. There is an opportunity to subscribe on the website for updates. So they would be sharing upcoming sessions, webinars, that type of thing. You'd get an email in that regard. And also there's sharing going on the various platforms for on social media. So with that, as Julie told me, get me back time. So I've really tried to speak quickly. Just kidding. Give you some more time on your agenda. I'll just open it up if you have any more questions. And if not, as I said, our booth is here.
All right, Miigwech, Gina. Oh, sorry, Gina. Mike 2, Chief Miracle.
So I think that this class action lawsuit is about being in a boarding home, not necessarily going to school off reserve. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's about living with a different family than your own to go to school.
So we have a unique situation at Tundenega, okay? Back in the 50s, and there was no busing on the reserve, okay? People carpooled, they took their kids to school, or they walked if they were near the school. There were 4 Indian day schools. But the kids that lived on the western end of Tundenega, they were some distance from the school. So the Indian agent made arrangements for them to go to the school in the village of Shannonville. They went home to their house on the reserve at night, but walked to school in the village. And those arrangements were made by the Indian agent to school them there. So they're asking me, do they have cause for a class action lawsuit? Because they faced a lot of discrimination there. The village of Shannonville was a lease. The land was never surrendered. So they did go to school on the reserve legally, but the school was administered by the county officials. But there was a lot of racism then, and they went to school and faced a lot of harm from where they were schooled and the attitude toward the people that were Indian.
And so just to clarify, at the end of the day, they did go home to their own family?
They went home to their own house on the reserve.
Okay, so I will look to our claims administrator, but based on what I hear you're saying, I do not think that this applies in this particular
Okay,
class
but-
action, but your question is a good one. I'm not a lawyer. Is there anyone in the room that I do think that probably would be worth pursuing?
Yeah, because the schooling was arranged by the federal government. It wasn't the parents, or that was the federal government, because they didn't want to provide busing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chief. Mike, number 2.
Chief Sonny Batiste again. It seemed like there was a lot of, even other students back in the day as well, because a lot of them had went to school in Sudbury, Ontario, in that area, because there was no really transportation out from our First Nation either to the school system. And, I guess I was asked basically the same question as Mr. Miracle was, would they be eligible to file for this stuff? And also too, some of the parents, there was a case on our First Nation as well years ago when the mother had died, and the kids had to be put into another home for school. And I don't know if that would be a part of this eligibility or what. Thank you.
I think in the second example you gave, I think that what we've been recommending is that they apply, because it sounds like the federal government was responsible for putting them in the private home after their parents passed away. And we have had a number of questions where people said, well, we actually went to live with family and they were paid by the federal government. It wasn't their immediate family, but it was another family in town that they were related to. And we still encouraged them to apply because that family may have been funded by the federal government. So perhaps in that experience, it was a common experience payment for being part of a program. Let's hope in that instance that they may have stayed with the family, that they were not mistreated and are not filling out a category 2, but that would be an example that could still apply. Mike, number 2.
Chief Raquel and Constance Lake. I just have a question on the deceased. There's always in other files like the day school and the residential school, there's always been a date that some people passed on. Why is there always a specific date placed in these files or that we apply for? And why do they have to apply by that? And because it's not in their hands, they passed at March 16, 2016 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that always implemented in these agreements? Because it's not just a question.
That's a good question, and you're not the only one to ask that. I actually don't have the answer. I will quickly turn to the claims administrator. I don't know if you have a response to that. If you do, I'd invite you to maybe come up and you can help field some of these questions. You'll have to go to a mic. Mike, you want to go to mic 1? This is the representative from the claims administrator, William Platt.
So typically you'll find these dates because that's the time that the court actually recognized the settlement agreement. So in this case, I think it was April or something in 2016. So that's when the court acknowledged that there was a class action claim. So you had to be living as of that date to be eligible. So unfortunately, if it was a week before that you passed away, just from the legalese that you would not qualify.
Thanks, Will. Mic 1 again.
Bonjour. We got Bruce Atchison comes in cause Martin Falls First Nation Dunji was the them. You guys get now. Thank you very much for the information. I just wanted to know, what do class action lawsuits really do in terms of distributing monies to potential claimants? As you've seen, does class action lawsuits really change government policy today with this boarding class action lawsuit? As far as our community is concerned, there's no high schools, so our students continue to board out, and does this class action lawsuit change that, the policies that are out there today, and giving us those funds to educate our children? No, I don't think so. So we really have to get down to the principle of why these class action lawsuits are there and who's endorsing them. The last class action lawsuit we were entertained was on boil water compensation, and yet after that it wasn't enforced, or there's no accountability with the system there that's in place for boil water to have real claimants. As with that boil water advisory, there was not the majority of people that benefited from that class action lawsuit. It seems like it's always watered down, and very few benefit from these class action lawsuits, and a very minimal at the most. So I think I question these class action lawsuits sometimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that. That perspective has been shared too, like in other forums, and that's a bigger question than the role I'm taking on. So probably I shouldn't answer it, although I have an opinion, and I'm sure many of us do. I do hear you, and I was actually in your community doing the drinking water settlement. So I know what you're talking about. This is not easy. And I guess I think back to the actual claimant or person who submitted under the Indian Residential School program and had their claim denied, and then spoke to another lawyer and probably felt some acknowledgement and justice for their experience, and yet to another program that's kind of being revealed. And I think the work of the Chiefs of Ontario and all of you that we're doing towards government, this is me taking off that hat, I guess, and saying to advocate for change at those policy levels. And some people have said, well, my First Nation is administering the funds now for people today to go to town, to go to school. And so what does that mean? And I'm not 100% sure, but I think if your community is administering it, they're making sure those homes you're in are safe, which was not what was happening between 1951 and 1992. And that would be one of the differences.
Mike 2, then Mike 1, and I think we're up to our 2 o'clock time.
Thank you.
Chief Lawrence Wanakamikwajan First Nation. I've been doing some of these claims in my community, and I guess I just wanted to ask questions on the second part. why is there a severity on the uh, uh, the abuse? And what are they? Um, what can they be? Or what kind of abuses? I've heard in the last couple of days that abuse could be being left out in the cold when the house parents went shopping or visiting their relatives. I believe that's abuse on the child or the people that attended school. It's just I don't know if that would qualify, for for the severity of I mean, it is abuse for on the part of the student that attended Miigwech.
I mean, to answer the first part about why there are levels of abuse, that I would have to turn to the claims administrator or the lawyers involved in the case, why there are levels. But I would say we have been asked, and some examples that I would refer to, and that probably answer the second part of your question is if a student, for example, was not fed properly, and that's their own definition of properly. If they were hungry more than once, so twice, that's actually eligible for 100,000. If you were not properly clothed walking to school, or you had to sleep in the basement, which we've heard, those are also more than once, that's harm up to 100,000. How they determined that was the amount versus 50, I'm not 100% sure. But yes, I would also say that the claims administrator and has or the lawyers involved have said that they've learned from previous settlements, and a person's experience will not be challenged. They'll not be checking with the private home. There'll be no process to try to validate what you're saying. It's just received as your truth and assessed as your truth and on that. So I don't know if that's helpful, but thank you. And mic number 1.
Good afternoon, Peter Wesley, Chief Moose Cree First Nation. I have a question or comment, I guess. I noticed in your presentation that it excludes post-secondary. In my community, we had because of our remoteness at the time, I guess we had a lot of our members go south for post-secondary and placed in private boarding homes, myself included. And once the school was constructed in Moosonee, our neighboring community, a lot of our community members had to go and stay in it was funded by the federal government. We had to stay in what we call the barracks during the breakup and the freeze up. And I get a lot of those questions, and I'm not in a position to answer. I was wondering if you could offer some guidance on that part.
I think that would be a question, Will, for the class council negotiating this, why post-secondary wasn't involved. But I will say that the questions that we're not able to answer, we're gathering and taking back and compiling them, getting the answer. We can get back to you specifically if you want to chat after, or we're creating a commonly asked question on the website that begins to answer these types of questions that we don't have right at the moment. I know that's not a fulsome answer, but
Sure. All right. Thank you.
thank you. Hello, mic number 1.
Hi, Chief Shillingmore for Temagami First Nation. Just piggybacking on that, because when we're living in communities that have freeze up and break up, and if they're normally just driving up to, for us it would be New Liskeard that they would have been going, but during those short amount of times that they're in a boarding home, looking at during freeze up and break up, are those going to be considered in that? Because they're not spending the whole time in there, but they were spending times, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. And is there going to be compensation for that as well if there were abuses?
If the federal government was responsible for putting them in a private home, then yes. And that's a good point that I just want to reinforce. Even if you were there for a half day or 1 day in a home where the federal government put you in, you're eligible for that $10,000 common experience payment. So in that case, I think the answer is yes, and I would certainly encourage them to apply if, and especially if they know that the federal government was responsible. But I would say that a lot of people actually didn't know that they lived in a private home, that the federal government was involved. So apply.
Okay, Miigwech.
Thank you very much. We have a gift for you. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. Pierre DeBoski.
All right, so at this point in our agenda, we're going to go back to a topic that we had to reshuffle this morning. This is the off-reserve housing funding allocation presented by none other than the guru himself of policy and communications, Mr. Chris.
Oh, man. You're too kind. All right, so we have off-reserve housing funding that we're going to be discussing now. I'm not going to get too much into it. We're behind schedule, so I'm going to bring up the consulting team, Indigenous Community Engagement, who's going to explain everything to you guys. If there's questions at the end, though, I'll be here to answer them as well. So welcome.
A little short here. Great, thank you. So we are with Indigenous and Community Engagement. I'm Marian Tibor McMahon. I'm the VP of Social Research. I'm joined by my colleagues here, James McMahon and Karen Heisler, and we are the research and engagement team to work on this file for the off-reserve housing and homelessness research. So in the 2023 budget, Canada committed $4 billion over 7 years, starting in 2024 to 2025 for the implementation of the Urban, Rural, and Northern Indigenous Housing Strategy. We're going to call that the EARN Housing Strategy, and the establishment of a National Indigenous Housing Centre. Through their engagement process, the Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation decided to create a strategy to develop a National Indigenous Housing Centre for the development of distinction-based funding for First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and modern treaty self-government Indigenous governments. At the June 2023 Annual Chiefs Assembly, the Chiefs in Assembly communicated to the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat to undertake research relating to off-reserve housing and homelessness, particularly as a response to the work of CMHC on an EARN Indigenous housing strategy. And that's where we came in. ICE was contracted to complete a feasibility study for how First Nations could provide housing and homelessness support to citizens living off-reserve in Ontario. The feasibility study analyzed current policies and practices of the types of supports available for Indigenous citizens living off-reserve and housing provided by First Nations housing corporations, governments, Indigenous and non-Indigenous NGOs and charities. In that feasibility study, there are 6 different types of housing and homelessness strategies that were analyzed by assessing how a First Nation or a group of First Nations could feasibly adopt or adapt similar strategies to provide direct support to citizens living off-reserve. The feasibility report and recommendations report were submitted to Chiefs of Ontario in September of this year. James will be providing additional details around that research later on. And while this research was underway, the EARN Indigenous Housing Strategy funding for First Nations was announced by Indigenous Services Canada in July of this year. The funding structure will provide approximately $143 million to Ontario First Nations over the next 7 years. And we were contracted to conduct engagement sessions on how to use that funding, and Karen will provide additional details around that. So just a little outline of what we're going to present today. We're going to summarize the findings of our research. We're going to provide you with high-level results of the feasibility report of the strategies for First Nations-led off-reserve housing project development and service delivery. We'll talk about the findings from our engagement sessions around the EARN Indigenous Housing Strategy, and then we'll provide just an outline of examples or options to consider. So with that, I'll just pass it on to James.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James McMahon, and I am the data scientist and economist here at Indigenous Community Engagement. For my portion of the presentation today, what I want to do is go provide a summary overview of the research that we've been doing for Chiefs of Ontario. A lot of this research has been sort of compiled in a number of reports and also has kind of created the background that has sort of helped with some of the discussions and engagement for the EARN funding that will be spoken about later in the presentation. So when we conducted this research, we tried to make sure that we were going through a number of things that would allow us to be as comprehensive as we can with our methods. The first thing that we did was conduct an environmental scan. This environmental scan tried to sort of get a layout of current systems and policies in Ontario relating to housing and homelessness. We also wanted to get a sense of what is out there in terms of information on Indigenous and First Nations homelessness as well, and we'll get into some of those details later. We did a comprehensive literature review. This literature review was a way for us to look at the economic, political, and social effects of housing and homelessness in Ontario. We also did a sort of a survey of international and national research that tries to identify other trends in Indigenous homelessness in other contexts. We did a series of interviews with government policymakers, First Nation housing corporations, and non-governmental organizations that helped provide us insight about their experiences working in their municipalities or regions of Ontario. We then also kind of constructed a series of methods to perform a feasibility analysis so that whenever we proposed a strategy for off-reserve housing and homelessness, we sort of had a consistent method to analyze the different effects or the different impacts that each strategy would have. So when working on this project, we made sure that when we were developing a number of, I guess, an analytical framework to look at off-reserve housing and homelessness, what we tried to do is kind of look at different types of obstacles, or what we're calling here gaps, that would impact any or every strategy when it came to delivering services to citizens off-reserve. So what we tried to do is make sure that when we did a gap analysis of what is, what might impact a strategy, we took First Nations contexts sort of at the center of that to help define certain things. So I can give a bit of a summary of some of them right now. So what we have is sort of 4 categories: gaps in policy, gaps in funding, gaps in services, and gaps in data. So when it came to gaps in policy, there's a few things that we noted. One of the main ones was that the jurisdictional boundaries that separate reserve and off-reserve space can become barriers to delivering services off-reserve. One of them being that often a First Nation to provide services off-reserve needs to, in many cases, compete in the market for housing or services with other entities and organizations. In gaps in funding, we noted that there is often a lot of competition for non-distinction funding for First Nation off-reserve housing projects. And a lot of the impetus of this project has been to sort of rethink these opportunities with different funding models. With gaps in services, we noted that there is a limited First Nation distinction-based services off-reserve. There are many services that are Indigenous focused and in many cases do very important work for Indigenous peoples in Ontario. The other thing that we noted was that many services are maybe not designed or account for the First Nations context. That can, in some cases, alienate First Nations peoples who would be accessing these services, as these services might not be trauma-informed or able to address particular needs or situations. A big one is that there is many gaps in data. As I guess the data scientist of ICE, I could go on for very long about this, but I won't. But the idea is that a lot of the data that is being collected on off-reserve housing and homelessness is not being collected accurately, and it's also not being collected properly in terms of First Nations principles of OCAP. So there are a lot of gaps in what data is actually out there and how it's being collected. Another one is that many results are not being shared. So point in time counts, or where you'd find homelessness enumerations, you would actually be able to find maybe some of those reports online, but shelters and other forms of data relating to housing homelessness are not shared publicly, and that is something that could create a barrier to First Nations initiatives. When looking at the state of off-reserve housing and homelessness in Ontario, there was a lot of key points that we learned as we were conducting our research. A really serious one is that First Nations peoples are overrepresented in the homeless population of every municipality and district in Ontario. This is a serious statistic for a number of reasons, but it's a very serious statistic because this is all across Ontario. So it might be, for someone who is ignorant of this issue, it might be easy for them to think, well, in some areas of Ontario, there's more Indigenous people, so that might not be the case, but it is in fact true. So to give Thunder Bay as an example, about 14% of Thunder Bay identifies as Indigenous. And in the homelessness population of Thunder Bay, people who identify as Indigenous is closer to 60 to 70%. First Nations people have higher risks of being unsheltered than non-Indigenous people populations. There's a number of factors. One of the factors has already been mentioned, that access or finding safe spaces in emergency and transitional housing might not be there for First Nations people. So that might pressure them to spend more time experiencing homelessness in an unsheltered situation, such as an encampment. First Nations are at greater risk of homelessness or for episodic homelessness to turn into chronic homelessness. There's different terms here that we're using, but really the idea is that there's sort of a continuum of someone being at risk of becoming homeless, and then becoming homeless over a series of a number of days or in different points in time, and then becoming chronically homeless, which is experiencing homelessness over a long period of time. As was mentioned, data about First Nations experiences of off-reserve homelessness is not being collected properly or shared. To add on to the point said earlier, this is very important if this data is going to be informing strategies or new approaches to addressing homelessness. So if the data is inaccurate or not there, this creates a gap in trying to tackle homelessness and crises in housing. So here's an example that sort of illustrates the point. So what we have here is a map of Ontario broken up by census division. And what we have is the rate of First Nations homelessness as a number of 10,000 per 10,000 First Nation people. The reason that a rate is very important to consider is because a rate can really drive home the severity of homelessness relative to population size and also relative to services. So it might be hard to see, but Toronto is the place in Ontario with the highest rate. To some of us, that might not be surprising because we might think that is where many people experiencing homelessness are either located or sometimes more forcefully sort of sent there. But as you can see with the rate, you can see in other parts of Ontario, the rate itself is very high. What that means is if we're not it, you know, the size of that population might not be very big, but when it comes to a rate, it's very high, and that can impact if there's not that many services. So in some areas, 1 or 2 more people experiencing homelessness can create a crisis in services, because even that addition of 1 or 2 more people creates problems. The other thing that we noted is that Indigenous homelessness over time in Ontario has been rising. So again, this is presented as a rate from 2013 up until most recently 2023. The dip in the line is actually, I think, confirming the point about data gathering, because that dip occurs during the COVID pandemic. And it is highly unlikely that there was less people experiencing homelessness during the COVID pandemic than the opposite. But what this shows is that when there actually are problems in data gathering, this is what you end up getting. You get fewer people collecting data, counting the number of people experiencing homelessness, and it shows up in the data, making it look like there are fewer people, when in fact, it's probably not true. So when it comes to housing affordability is sort of a subject that is relevant to people all across Ontario, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. But for First Nations peoples, what we try to emphasize in our research is that the factors that can impact housing affordability all have higher influences and greater risks for First Nations peoples. So these can be things such as lower income, inflation, higher interest rates on borrowing or mortgages, and also the difficulty in finding affordable rents. When we spoke earlier about First Nations being at greater risk of experiencing episodic homelessness or turning into chronic homelessness, in the housing continuum as defined by the CMHC, on the sort of the side closer to people experiencing crises of emergency, there are emergency shelters and transitional housing. What we tried to show is that there's a number of concerning aspects to this in Ontario. So according to the data, there are parts of Ontario, these are the parts in black, that have 0 emergency shelter beds or transitional housing beds available. Again, this is based on the data that is available through Infrastructure Canada. So there might be other organizations or charities that do provide beds, but these are emergency shelters and transitional housing that are recognized by Infrastructure Canada. The other parts that are colored help us show that in many cases, the demand is much greater than the supply when it comes to these beds. So only in a few places do we see green, and where you see green is where there is more than 1 bed per person experiencing homelessness. All the other places that are yellow, orange, and red, these indicate that there's less than 1 bed per person experiencing homelessness. So there we can see that these are some of the factors that can create unsheltered homelessness and encampments, because even when it comes to just the number of beds and the amount of infrastructure that's there, it is lacking relative to the demand. So I spoke earlier about the issues in data about First Nations experiences of off-reserve homelessness. Just want to give a bit of background on some of the reasons that kind of creates issues when it comes to housing and homelessness. The first one is that if you look at sources like Statistics Canada, one of the issues is that the majority of demographic data is collected through the census. The census is every 5 years, so this can create a number of problems in terms of frequency. So for example, if 5 years is too slow to account for changes in demographics or changes in a community, what that can create is we are working then with a gap in data of trying to maybe address something that is moving faster than every 5 years. CMHC provides a lot of data on housing and rent, but doesn't provide demographic data to the best of my knowledge. So what that means is often CMHC is just using the demographic data that is available in Statistics Canada, but is not providing any more information. One that is very relevant to the subject of today is that point in time counts are what are used to collect data on homelessness. Often they are done at the same time, often funded through the Reaching Home program and done by Infrastructure Canada. A point in time count is what it sounds like. So what it means is on a particular day, volunteers and data gatherers, people that are going to go out onto the streets, and they are going to then go throughout a city or a municipality to collect data on those experiencing homelessness. Often, this is where surveys are collected, and this is also often where surveys are collected on such things as Indigenous identity. So, for example, one of the reasons that there are limits to First Nations data is because in these point in time counts, in the Reaching Home survey, there's only 2 questions related to Indigenous issues. The first one is, do you identify as Indigenous, yes or no? And if you say yes, then they ask you a follow-up question of whether you identify as First Nation, Métis, or Inuit. The other part about that is that there are a few point in time counts across Canada that are better than this, that provide more data, but we can at least say that the standard, or what is generally sort of promoted as a way to perform a point in time count, is a very low minimum. And so that can create a number of data gaps when it comes to First Nations issues. So as I pass it on to my colleague Karen, who's going to speak more about the EARN funding and how our engagement sort of led into that. What we tried to do is that whenever we were thinking about proposed strategies, this is either through our research or through any engagement that we were doing over a series of days and also virtually, was trying to think of these pathways to ending First Nations homelessness in Ontario. So ending First Nations homelessness is a very high goal, but setting that as the standard of our strategies allows us to make sure that whenever we propose a strategy, we try to say, how is it connected to a longer term goal? So the 4 pathways that we have are improving housing availability and affordability, moving unsheltered persons into housing, helping people with support services, and measuring the scale and frequency of homelessness with data. So I'm now going to pass it to my colleague Karen, who will sort of continue on with this into the EARN strategy. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Never sure if it's better to go before the data scientist or after the data scientist. Anyway, so after while we were finishing up the feasibility study, we were approached to talk about this new funding program. And as Marian mentioned, the EARN funding is for $143 million over 7 years. And it is to address specifically off-reserve housing. So when we were doing the study, we were looking at a lot of strategies that were being implemented across Canada and in Ontario. But some of the information is actually hard to find because there are projects that we knew were being implemented by nations in Ontario, but we couldn't really find out very much about them using traditional methods of just searching the websites and literature reviews, etc. So the engagement process that the EARN funding provided us with the opportunity to actually reach out and talk to people and find out more about the projects that you have been working on and ideas that you have to help provide services and care for citizens living off reserve. So just a couple of details about what this funding can be used for. This is information from Indigenous Services Canada. So they categorized it into 3 or 4 kind of broad categories. So the funding can be used for new construction or renovation, buying new housing units, and then a general category of housing-related initiatives, all for the goal of supporting core housing for those most in need. So like I said, we wanted to find out what kind of projects people, nations were working on. And so we had the idea that it would be wise to reach out to First Nations housing technicians. And then also we hosted a couple of in-person engagement sessions and 1 virtual engagement session as well. So this has all happened in a relatively short amount of time. And so we did the interviews in September, and all of the engagement sessions were held in October. If you were unable to participate in those sessions, I can kind of give you an overview. We presented the research, but then we also wanted to start off somewhere, having a launching point for the discussions and the engagement. So we presented the strategies that we had learned about and analyzed in the feasibility report. And these are categorized as funding people, funding projects, and funding programs. So these strategies are ideas that are being implemented, such as providing rent supports to provide direct rental funding, down payment supports, and emergency funding. So in these strategies, funding is given directly to those to citizens living off reserve. The funding projects category comes under more of nations that are developing perhaps like a not-for-profit housing corporation, where they're actually developing affordable housing or transitional housing. We also looked at models of creating community housing land trusts as also another way of creating housing projects. And then we explored the idea of a First Nations-led off-reserve housing center and what that would look like. For funding programs, looking at that data management and what that could look like, or what the need is to be able to have more control and access and sharing of the data that James just explained is being collected from First Nations peoples living off reserve who are experiencing homelessness. And then also homelessness prevention supports. What can be done to support people who may be moving into a city or a town and need extra resources to understand how to gain housing and retain housing? No, I think I went backwards. There we go. So during the engagement sessions, we, like I said, we presented, and then we broke everyone into 3 groups to discuss 3 different topics. So we asked, what type of housing projects would nations like to see developed with the funding? What type of housing services would nations like to see developed? And then there's also the question of how to manage the earned funding. So I'm going to just go through some of the things that we learned from participants and some of the ideas that emerged about how to use the funding and how perhaps it could be managed. So one of the core things that we heard, especially from nations who have experience in developing housing projects, is there is a general lack of funding. So participants shared examples of developing off-reserve housing or other types of off-reserve developments, talks about how often they're in a position where they have to compete for funding. And this funding is often non-distinction based funding to be able to assemble enough funding or financing to be able to develop their projects. Because these projects are happening off reserve, there is need for support for working with municipalities. developing housing off reserve requires understanding of planning regulations and building permitting systems. Many housing technicians shared the experience of having off-reserve citizens coming to them looking for support for emergency funding to help them retain the housing that they already need, or sorry, they already have. So this would be like rent supplements or emergency rent support to help people from experiencing those episodes of homelessness, like James was describing. And one thing that we really saw happening in the sessions, although they were small, but is that sharing of off-reserve housing project knowledge between nations. So there were really amazing examples that emerged as people talked about successes that they've had or ideas that they've been thinking about. So for example, one nation shared that they were able to use their own source revenues to purchase a apartment building that was then renovated. And then through a partnership with the municipality, we're able to charge market rent for the apartments, but then the people who are renting the apartments were able to access the rent supplement program that was being offered by the municipality. So this kind of partnership and innovation came about through building that relationship that I recognize is not easy, and often through years of conflict with municipalities can be very hard to develop. So ideas for how to use the funding. Everyone recognized, and I mean everyone in the room, that the amount of money that's being offered is not enough money to actually build a lot of units, if any. Because it just, when you spread it across all of the nations, it really isn't enough given land prices and the cost of development in our current economy. However, many people spoke about how the funding could possibly be used in a stacking of funding. So that's using this funding to leverage more funding, to try to build up enough money to develop the projects. Another thought that was, or feeling that was expressed by many of the housing technicians is that importance of needing training and capacity building if they're going to be asked to start to develop and manage these projects off reserve. Because it is a different system of development and there are different regulations, and there needs to be that support and capacity building and that sharing of knowledge. Like I mentioned, emergency supports for off-reserve citizens were discussed, and the data management system. Now, ideas of how to manage the funding. There's always lots of ideas about how to manage funding, but leveraging the funding so more funding can flow. So the stacking idea, allocating the funding sub-regionally to distribute funding to support nation projects, and to identify or create an organization or a center for the long-term management of funds. So taking all this information from the research and the engagement and what we heard, we're just offering a few strategic options. And these are just ideas. But one thing that really emerged is that to get this started, there may be some building blocks that are needed. And so the two building blocks that we were thinking about and what we heard is some form of First Nations-led housing center to not only administer the funds, but also to develop those support services that are specifically for First Nations and First Nations citizens living off reserve. And the other building block, which I feel like we're a broken record, but is the housing data management. Having control over how that data is being collected And specifically, the data that is being collected, is it being shared with First Nations who want to develop their own projects? Because it's very difficult to get funding for your project if you don't have the data evidence to support your application. So having those two building blocks to build the foundation, to move forward, to start to offer some of these other services and programs, such as building the capacity of housing technicians through support services, allocating the money to support projects that are maybe that term that we all hear, shovel ready, or perhaps accessing the funding for the planning stage to start to be able to develop the plans to move projects forward. And then providing the funds for those most in need to be able to help reduce that risk of someone becoming or experiencing an episode of homelessness. So these slides go into that a little bit more specifically of what that could possibly look like. So what do I mean when I say a First Nations-led off-reserve housing center for Ontario? Well, it's for you to decide. The idea is that some type of governing body that is controlled by Ontario First Nations to manage the funding and supports for off-reserve homelessness and housing projects and services. Control over developing the data management plan and those negotiations that will be required, as James explained, with those point in time counts are being administered by mostly municipal governments across Ontario to evaluate and change the methods in which are being employed when they're talking to First Nations peoples. And then developing a long-term management plan for this funding. More about data, but we just wanted to really emphasize that that is what we heard a lot from people, is just the importance of having that information because of the way that funding is allocated and decisions are making. So just here are a few more details about what we mean by that. So the data collection protocols, the government and non-government organizations that are collecting and storing information to find out who they are and what they have and start those conversations. And then also the analysis, analyzing the data and report to First Nations and First Nations housing corporations to support the development of their programs and services. What could the training look like? Well, it was suggested that working with Ontario First Nations Technical Services Corporation to expand off-reserving housing and development services could be an idea. It's an existing structure. But also providing training to councils to be able to analyze when you're approached by perhaps developers who come in with a proposal for a partnership to develop housing in a municipality. And making sure that there is the appropriate level of analysis that is being done to be able to evaluate those proposals. Supporting new and existing off-reserve housing projects. So providing direct funding to support First Nations off-reserve housing projects, direct funding to support the purchase of existing residential buildings in urban centers, and then also that important liaison, I don't know, with municipal governments to support accessing additional funding for First Nations and also building that relationship when it comes to those planning decisions and the building permitting process. And then lastly, this idea, once again, is more of a preventative strategy. So what can be done to provide that emergency support for people who are either find themselves in a situation where perhaps they've moved to the city and aren't prepared for not prepared to find housing or not knowledgeable about how to find housing and maybe need that extra support. And also creating a system to administer those emergency funds to citizens for that prevention of episodes of homelessness. And what we heard a lot of is people talking about young people who are moving to the city, and maybe they're okay for a little while because they're couch surfing or staying with families and friends, and then suddenly they have nowhere to go. So is there any way that can help them in that emergency situation to kind of prevent the next step of having episodes of homelessness, which James expressed can lead to longer term and chronic homelessness? So with the engagement that's happened, I'm hoping that if we have time today, that we'd be able to hear about some of the projects that you have. If you were unable to come to our engagement sessions, if you want to share some of the projects that you were able to develop at your nation. But I think there'll also be opportunity in the new year for more engagement and more conversations to think about the next steps and what you'd like to do with this funding. So I'm going to pass it back over to Marian, who's going to kind of wrap things up. And if there's time, then we welcome a lot of questions. Thank you.
Chief Black, I saw that you missed one slide there, so got him to roll it back.
Good. Okay, great. So hopefully all the information that Karen and James presented is helpful and informative and will help you in your future discussions. And I'll just leave you with a few takeaways. So what we learned 3 things. The importance of having control over funding and options of how to support off-reserve housing. The importance to have accurate information and data to make decisions and provide care for your citizens. As well as the importance of First Nations-led off-reserve homelessness and housing programs and services. The key things of what we heard was certainly first, the control over funding, which can be a key step to designing your off-reserve projects that account for different social and geographic contexts in Ontario. Having accurate information and data, which is useful for funding and your project design and communication with off-reserve citizens and organizations. And lastly, First Nations-led off-reserve homelessness and housing programs and services, which can help create, safe spaces for First Nations in need of care. So lastly, the next steps moving forward is to, discuss, a First Nations-led housing center, which can help manage housing and homelessness funding and support the design of long-term strategies for off-reserve citizens. Coming up with a First Nations-led data management system that follows the principles of OCAP. And then developing cost estimates for longer-term strategies to help you decide how best to use the EARN funding over the next 7 years. So with that is our presentation. So we welcome questions.
So thank you very much for that presentation. Very informative. And so I just wanted to clarify a couple things in terms of the next steps. So there's no resolution being passed at this assembly on how this funding ought to be spent. We're pushing that to June. So at the June assembly, we're going to build out some of these options. For the June assembly, we're going to build out some of these options with, continued engagement, talking to you all. We're happy to come to community as well, chief and council, what have you, PTOs, and discuss, these ideas and these concepts, and really build out some models, for you to better understand what these concepts work, how they work, and what their the possibilities are here. And then what we'll be looking at doing is having a vote in June on how to spend the $140 million. Again, like was stated, it's not a lot of money. And you know, if over 7 years. And so it's going to, I think, require a little bit of creative thinking to make best use of it. But we'll have hopefully by then, some really robust options for you all to choose from. I've got you're coming up here to answer some questions.
Yeah. All right, so I guess at this moment in time, we'll open up the floor briefly for questions as well as online. So if there's any remarks, comments to the presentation that was just shown, I will recognize anybody who approaches the mic, being chiefs, proxies, counselors, youth council members. Oh. All right. Mic number 2, Chief Miracle.
Hello there. So the money that Nietzsche's going to manage, and I guess from what I understand, have a contract with the government to manage for off reserve. Is this $143 million different than that?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. So Nietzsche has applied for the full amount. The earned funding, I think it's over 4 or 5 years, about $4 billion. And that's pan-Indigenous funding. So that includes Métis and Inuit. The AFN and the Chiefs of Ontario advocated for funding that was distinctions-based for First Nations only. So First Nations would have to compete for funding with others. So the $140 million is separate from the Nietzsche funding. And that's for First Nations in Ontario to decide how they would like to spend it.
How they'd like to spend it off reserve.
Off reserve is pretty much the only stipulation. Yeah. Microphone 1.
My name, Tara Roy with the OFNYPC. I was listening online and it's not so much a question, however, a suggestion to your language. Considering that we are all at home within our territories, we're all at home on Turtle Island, I want to encourage you to use the word unhoused in opposition to homelessness. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Good idea. Microphone 2.
I'd just like to acknowledge Anna Betty there to speak for a minute.
First of all, thank you for the work that has been done. My name is Anna Betty Beneshkam, and I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. I just wanted a few minutes of your time. Many of us have been advocates on raising awareness about unhoused individuals in municipalities as well as in our First Nations, because homelessness, unhoused people do exist in our First Nations as well. I think we need to spend a bit more time in terms of collecting data to ensure that our leadership can, make those decisions in terms of where we want to spend these funds. For example, I know that the point of time data that is being collected by municipalities is done within like a very short time frame. It's usually individuals that are going out on the street and asking, certain questions. And so many of our, and I know we have stats here in Thunder Bay, and there are other points of time surveys that have been done in other municipalities. But what is not asked is why, like, how did you end up here? That's not asked at all. So there's certain individuals, for example, that might have been, coming to an urban center for medical reasons, health reasons, and then for whatever circumstance, they ended up being unhoused. So those kind of things we also need to review to ensure that we have a report
and that we are proactive and can then get programs to address the reasons as to why our people become unhoused. Miigwech, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy. And the consultants, I think, were being a little bit polite in their characterization of the data being collected by municipalities. In fact, I've seen a little bit of it. It's bad. And especially when, you know, they're asking questions about First Nations and homelessness. There's also no OCAP. They're not sharing the data. There's a lot of problems there. And I think one of the things that we heard time and time again is that needs to improve, and it needs oversight from First Nations. It needs oversight from leadership. And so that's something we're taking very seriously, and something we'll be working
on. So at this time, I'll be going to the Zoom Lodge for Gima Adam Paywis and this. Yes, so Chief Adam, you're good to go.
Anikinoya, seems like I'm always on the go. Innovation condition cause Shana go down to because they do damage now. Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Hoyos, this is 140 million over 7 years. Is that correct as a generalization in the program?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, so that's basically $1 million for all of us over 7 years. If we split it up, does it not make sense to have a think tank put this together and provide some clear locations in an urban center, purchase some facilities, rent them out to our people who are unhoused in an urban center, create the profit and regenerate more housing? Is that what the plan is, or what the plan should be? Because if not, we're all just going to fight over $1 million each, and it's not going to do what we need it to do. So would that be a consideration, or is that outlandish? I hope it's not offensive to anybody, but we need to put a plan together to make this work. So that would be my suggestion, and I guess I just volunteered myself to be on the list if you need some help. But anyways, is that what the general plan is? Or are we just going to scrap over a few pennies? Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. So we didn't want to be overly prescriptive and, you know, come in here and tell the chiefs that this is what you're supposed to do or what have you, of course. So we've created a variety of options. That is one of the options. And given, as you said, Chief, the funding is you know, it's $140 million. Collective action, I think, is the best route here. You're not going to get very far with you know, $1 million here, $1 million there, right? Of course, deciding on what those urban locations would be is a political decision and something that will have to be investigated further. You know, it's also, you know, probably wanting to get some bang for your buck. 140 million in Toronto is very different than 140 million in Kenora, for instance. So there's a lot of considerations there, and we're going to be building out these models a little bit more, building out these options a little bit more for your consideration in June. So we will be bringing hopefully the chiefs will be bringing a resolution to the floor, and so you can all vote on which option you think is best, and then from there we'll work with CMHC to action it out. Oh, microphone 3.
Knock, knock. Maybe I can add a proposal on your presentation. It's something to do with the Indigenous Housing Advocacy and Support Worker Program, to establish a team of ground level workers who act as ambassadors, advocates, and support workers to assist Indigenous individuals experiencing homelessness in accessing culturally relevant resources and securing housing and achieving long-term stability. The program objective would be to provide direct, individualized support to Indigenous individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Number 2, act as advocates for Indigenous clients within government, housing, and healthcare systems. Number 3, deliver culturally appropriate assistance rooted in Indigenous traditions and values. Number 4, create pathways to stable housing, employment, education, and health services. Number 5, foster community engagement and partnerships to build trust and enhance service delivery. Program components are like an ambassador, act as a bridge between service providers and Indigenous clients. Advocate, represent clients in securing housing, accessing healthcare, or resolving legal issues. Support workers, provide day-to-day assistance such as helping clients attend appointments, complete paperwork, and access emergency shelter. There would also be a training and development and core services, community engagement. So the outcome would be, number 1, reduction in homeless among Indigenous populations. Number 2, increased access to culturally safe housing, health, and employment services. Number 3, enhanced trust and collaboration between Indigenous communities and service providers. Number 4, long-term empowerment of clients to achieve stability and self-sufficiency. The conclusion, this program seeks to empower Indigenous individuals by providing hands-on, culturally relevant support through dedicated ambassadors, advocates, and support workers. By addressing immediate needs and systematic barriers, the initiative aims to create lasting solutions to homelessness in Indigenous population. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And so we did look at some existing programs. As mentioned, there was an environmental scan and literature review that was done at the beginning of the project where, it took a hard look at existing programs. And yeah, I mean, basically what we found is they're all pan-Indigenous. There are some, I think, First Nation specific ones, but only a few here and there. So and for the most part, from what we found is it's based on self-identification. So, OAHS, Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services, MNO, Métis Nation of Ontario, is on their board. And, if you want housing services, you can self-identify as Indigenous, and housing services are provided to you. So we didn't feel that, supplementing those programs was a viable option, simply because it's not First Nation specific, and this is First Nation specific funding. So we're looking at other options that, we can guarantee essentially that funding is going to be going to First Nations people who need it.
Alrighty, seeing that there is no more questions, and on the Zoom there's no more questions. Just want to say Chimigwech to the guru himself and his team for the wonderful presentation. We're gonna juggle some things around at this moment. We are actually on time for resolutions, but we missed one whole presentation from the our youth council. So at this time, leadership was given 2 resolutions. We are doing 1. The other one will be held off for tomorrow. This is resolution 2432A, affirming First Nations rights with respect to energy development in Ontario. All right, we have quorum. That's good. So the mover is Sharon Osberg, proxy. Seconder is Chief Alan Odawa from Red Rock Indian Band. Oh, that's you? Perfect. All right, microphone 1.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Osberg from Beekton Anishinaabe, proxy for Chief Duncan Michano. And The resolution, I believe, was handed out. It's been modified a few times. So the most recent one you have, and I'm not sure if it's up in the board. The affirming First Nation rights in respect to energy development on Ontario. So do you want me to read all these whereas, or are you all good with that? That's it up there. Okay. As everyone's aware, the Ministry of Energy designates all of their administrative work, research, etc., to the ISO. The ISO does not do any consultation, accommodation, or anything with the Indigenous First Nations. If you're not connected to their website or you're aware of any webinars, then you have no idea what they're doing. So provincial government has plans in order to increase energy generation by 500 kilowatts by the year 2050. Of course, I won't be here, but I've been working on various energy file at Beaktagon for 20 some years. And there are things that are being changed by the ISO at the minister's direction that we are not really aware of. And they're starting to come as surprises. So I'm not going to go through all the whereas because it's fairly straightforward. But what I would like to ask is we go through therefore it be resolved that the Chief in Assembly direct the Ontario Regional Chief and Leadership Council to draft a letter to the ISO and the Ontario Ministry of Energy and Electrification requesting consultation and accommodation regarding any of the new integrated energy plans within First Nations of Ontario. And I'm saying they're new because that's what they claim they are, but they've been around for a number of years. Direct the Ontario Regional Chief and Leadership Council to negotiate with the IESO and the Ontario Ministry of Energy and Electrification for a funded energy table to discuss current and future programs to ensure that First Nations and Aboriginal treaty rights are expected. A little bit of historical background on this. There's a new transmission line called the East-West Tie. 6 First Nations are 20% owners of that. This East-West Tie line runs directly across all of the territory of the Robinson Superior Treaty area. And these 6 First Nations, being the 20% shareholders, had to pay a land transfer tax. So we had to borrow an additional $2.3 million in order to accommodate a provincial tax for structures that are on our land. That was not told to us. They call it a land transfer tax. And in other businesses, they may call it a shareholder's tax. But because they're identifying it as a land transfer tax, we don't know what's going to happen 20 years from now or 10 years from now. Is that land now gone back to the province? And in some cases, it is directly across some of our First Nation reserves. So that's some of the assistance that we need from the council. And the other thing is that this table will be important because we need to be able to find out what exactly is happening. And dealing with land rights and the petitions of First Nation energy projects, I'll give you a few examples. We have 3 hydro generating electric generation stations within our traditional territory. We have to pay a land use and water tax on those 3 stations. Being in politics and you're not really sure, we have administrators that are paying the bills, et cetera. And we sometimes, you sign checks. And so back when we built these 25 years ago, there was a moratorium on taxes because it was in traditional territory and because they were increasing the need for electricity. That moratorium is gone. Since that moratorium is gone in the past 14 years, Beaktagon Anishinaabe has paid $18.3 million in taxes to use water and land within our traditional territory. So these are some of the things that we did not know that we're going to have to face in the future. And now we're looking at another 5,000 megawatts of power. 3,200 megawatts of that power they expect to come from Northwestern Ontario. So we don't I'm not sure if there's people here that are within the Wasagan and the Wataya Piniac, if they are going to be all of a sudden shocked that, hey, we have to pay these taxes. They also used to have, when they're developing, what they called, the Liberal government called an Indigenous adder, because it was a Liberal terminology. The government of today will not use that terminology. In fact, they've removed it from any future development. So the small hydro program has been developed and you're just getting a base rate, whether you're Indigenous owned or not. In the past, if you were Indigenous owned of 51% or more, you got an additional 5 or 10% base rate added to whatever the Ontario Energy Board was willing to pay. For use of your land, additional costs for the loss that you may have incurred from hunting, fishing, and trapping rights. All of these things are sort of not being transferred. You know, information from the provincial government that delegates the IASO in order to make these commitments, draw these plans, create these programs without any consultation or accommodation to the First Nations. It's about, I could go on and on and on after 20 years of doing this research. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm hoping that you will support this resolution because they're coming. And when you look at the amount of real estate that we have here in Ontario that is non-used, and they're looking at wind farms, that takes a lot. They're looking at solar farms, they're looking at battery powered plants, and they're looking at it on our land.
Chimigwech. Now to formally do this properly, I do have to read this out again. I did miss that just in the beginning there. So affirming First Nation rights with respect to energy development in Ontario, whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Therefore, be it resolved that we Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Ontario Regional Chief and the Leadership Council to draft a letter to the IESO and the Ontario Ministry of Energy and Electrification requesting consultation and accommodate regarding integrated energy plan with First Nations in Ontario. 2, direct the Ontario Regional Chief and the Leadership Council to negotiate with the IESO and the Ontario Ministry of Energy and Electrification a funded energy table to discuss current and future energy programs to ensure First Nations, Aboriginal, and treaty rights are respected. So at this time, the mover has spoken to it. I'm going to call for question. Oh, is this seconder? Seconder is on.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, secondar's here. I'm here.
Chief Allen, do you want to speak to the resolution?
No, Sharon covered everything.
Right on. Sharon, you did a great job. So at this time, I'm gonna. There we go. We'll do that as well. And I will open the floor to comments, questions, and I'll be going to mic 3.
Chief Archie Wabas, Waterman Lake. I have one question. She mentioned, what's her name? Sharon, right? You mentioned Wate transmission services. And you also mentioned you're getting power from Northwestern Ontario. And I was just wondering what impact will Wate transmission line have? Resolution. That's the first question.
The I cannot answer that, and this is the rationale that I'm looking for the table, because we were surprised as well as paying taxes for the east-west tie as part owners of that. So I'm not sure what Wataynikaneyap, if they had any, you know, I know that I think you're 100% owned by all 25 First Nations. So whether or not you had, if there's going to show up all of a sudden a land transfer agreement because you're selling to the Ontario Energy Board. So it's an unknown, and it was an unknown to us up until very recently.
Okay. Technically, I think we need, I need an advice from our transmission line if this resolution will have an impact on our transmission line system. I guess you can't really answer it.
No, I don't think the actual resolution will have an impact on your transmission line,
Mhm.
but it definitely will have an impact on any future energy development
Okay.
forthcoming
Yeah.
from this day forward.
So the catchphrase I got from you is you're going to get power from Northwestern Ontario, meaning part of Northwestern Ontario is Wate, right?
That exactly. So no, we're not getting the power, but the
Yeah.
government wants to develop other power projects
Okay.
in Northwestern Ontario
Okay.
without consultation of the First Nations.
Okay. The other suggestion I want to put on the resolution is you want Ontario ORC and the Leadership Council to engage, right? It says draft a letter. Why don't we use engage IAC and Ontario Ministry of Energy requesting consultation and accommodation regarding the integrated energy plan. To draft a letter is a poor
Yeah.
thing, but there's more work than that, right?
Definitely.
You want to authorize, mandate ORC to engage,
Okay.
right? I thought I would suggest that word. Thank you.
Somebody typing over there?
So, Gima, you're asking for an amendment to the resolution.
It's my understanding that he wants more than just a letter. He wants an engagement by ORC to direct the IASO to follow the provincial consultation and engagement. Because right now they are not. I was on a call yesterday afternoon and I specifically asked the question of the IASO. I said, they're talking about providing a report back to the provincial government on the Northern Hydro program, which is something they're developing, but they haven't come to consult with us yet.
Okay, at this point, I'm gonna ask the resolutions team to take Gima's wording and put it into the resolution. And can you say what you want amended to the resolution, Gima?
Instead of drafting a letter, use to engage IESO and Ontario Ministry of Energy.
All right, so resolutions team has made the amendment. Once they're done highlighting it, I will read it. So 1, direct the Ontario Regional Chief and Leadership Council to engage with the IESO and the Ontario Ministry of Energy and Electrification requesting consultation and accommodation. Does that sound good, Chief? Yeah. Right on. Mover and seconder, are you okay with the amendment?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Mover and seconder are all right with the amendment. Is there any more questions, comments to the resolution? Seeing none, none online. I'm now then gonna call for question. Question called. So I'm going to start with those opposed, against to the resolution. Those opposed. Seeing none in the room, none online. I'm then going to ask for abstentions. Any abstentions? Two. Do you want it noted on the record? Can you please come up to the mic for the record and state your communities?
Chief Allen, Nigigoosminnekonning.
Chief Bernadette Wabange, Migisizaigagan, also known as Eagle Lake First Nation.
Chimigwechkimak. And no more abstentions in the room. Oh,
Chief Michelle Solomon, Fort William First Nation. I abstain as well.
on the record, Gamal, thank you. Chimigwech. And those all in favor? The resolution has been carried. Just one more quick announcement before we move on with the next presentation. If anybody has purchased a Cookham scarf and has dropped it, it's up here at our Lost and Found. It's still in the package. It was found out in the hall, just outside of our assembly room. So the speakers have it. I'm going to call up Vera for the introductions of the next presentations.
Miigwech, we'd like to at this time have the council updates. That's the update from the Knowledge Keepers, the Women's Council, and the OFNYPC. So we're going to invite the Knowledge Keepers to present their council updates. Barney Batiste. Yeah. And then after that, we'll come back and do reflection.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
All right. You want to debate it first?
I would love to.
Go down. Yeah, so I was paying close attention until I fell asleep over there, but I think I got most of it. It's pretty good. But anyway, so greetings to everyone from our Knowledge Keepers. You know, a lot of the stuff that we do doesn't translate to paper really all that well because it comes from the heart. It comes from us. So, but however, we did put some stuff on paper. And before I get into this, I want you to know what I noticed here just a while ago, earlier today. And we have lots of women now as chiefs, as leaders. And at one point when I looked around the room, most of the women were here. Hey guys, we were outnumbered. I never saw that before. And so I started thinking in my own mind, it's kind of like thunderclouds, eh? Thunderclouds are coming. And there's lightning probably attached to it. So for us guys, some of us, if we're not doing our work, we better be careful, because I've seen all these women. Yeah, pretty strong stuff, I think. And it was quite noticeable if one was paying attention. Nevertheless, us knowledge keepers acknowledge that Angela Trudeau, a director of knowledge keepers at the youth, is an Anishinaabe from Serpent River, and will assist the Knowledge Keepers Council in their continuing work. This is something new for us this year, that we have somebody to help us out with this work that we're doing. She will be building a new Knowledge Keepers and youth sector at the Chiefs of Ontario, be reworking that, going to streamline it even more than what it is right now. So we want to thank our director, Tracy Antone, for supporting the growth and development of this piece of work. I think it's a wonderful thing. And currently, we have a good contingent of knowledge keepers, and each one has supported COO in a variety of ways. We've conducted opening ceremonies and opening prayers and ceremonies for the meetings that we've had. And we also, you notice that over the last couple of days, we had a sunrise ceremony, and this was conducted by one of our colleagues, thanks to David Root. That's a pretty good piece of work, getting up early in the morning and getting prepared and being here at 6 o'clock and then doing the ceremony and then being with us for the rest of the day. So thank you, David. So what we've done, we've conducted these ceremonies and openings for education processes, looking over it. And again, at those meetings, we also give our points of view and support. Injustice, we've done that as well, supported and gave our words. And at the Leadership Council, we've done the same thing. And at Social Services, which is a big piece of work, we've done that as well. And at Social Services, we're allowed also to participate in the dialogue that goes on. So, and also we are involved in the women's initiatives. So the Knowledge Keepers continue to support the Ontario leadership in all the files. And we've seen progress. In some cases, we've seen some tremendous progress. For example, we've seen real good progress in the Métis issue. And all of you know that we stand behind the chiefs as they're doing this important piece of work. And as well in addressing First Nation laws around the collaborative table and question the of legislated First Nations police force. And our knowledge keeper also is saying that decisions and issues affect all of us in a variety of ways, all of these things. And we will continue to advise the ORC office when called upon. We recently assisted ORC in the Chiefs of Ontario administration and are happy to announce that Pierre Debasiki, our main guy up here, who is from Chigane, will now be carrying for the Chiefs of Ontario the Eagle staff until the next assembly. And we're going to revitalize that role. Yeah, we're going to revitalize that role. You know, the thing is, we're made up of a league of nations, aren't we? And some of us have different ways in our spiritual ways and the ways we conduct our ceremonies and so on. It's a little bit different from each place, although it's all pointed in the same direction. So the Eagle staff for us represents unity. And so what we want to do is perhaps dig a little bit deeper on how we can best move forward together in the issues that we face today. So he'll be looking after that Eagle staff until next June, when we take a look at it and see what else we need to do. And so we will continue to assist COO and the ORC in looking after the Eagle staff. We plan to support culture teachings and knowledge sharing regarding the Eagle staff teachings and Haudenosaunee protocols and all that help. We also will be working closely with the Youth Council, which will have a meeting tonight to discuss other matters. And then the Knowledge Keepers plan to meet in January again in 2025 to continue our work. And like I say, a lot of the things that we sometimes talk about won't translate too well onto paper because it comes from here. And I want you to really know that we Knowledge Keepers enjoy our work. And when we get together, sometimes we talk about some pretty critical matters. And we also are very pleased to hear some presentations that come onto the floor here with some clear, nice, clear understandings. For example, wasn't that great, that last resolution? I rather admired the person presenting the resolution. Very clear, straightforward. And I rather admired when the other chief asked questions and you were talking to one another, clearing it up. It worked so well. And the moderator spoke in between and came up with a solution, but it came directly from the floor. I thought that's a nice piece of work right there. It's us. And I thought, gee, that's really good, you know. And I'm not saying for a moment, Adam, that we need to change the way we're working. And that's another thing I should mention. For a long time, my friend here, we met so long ago. He was just a young man doing his articling in with becoming a lawyer. And what we talked about over the years, a number of times, was about our own laws and how we present our own laws and how we get there. We talked so much about that. And we also talked about how we conduct our meetings in our own way and how we should do that. And you will notice, and I'm sure you do notice, that from time to time, you hear him speaking from this podium, and he'll tell you, it's your meeting, not mine. And I wish for you to be able to react accordingly. And he does that, and he directs the traffic in such a way sometime that it comes out in such a nice way. It comes closer and closer and closer to being our meeting, our own meeting, an exchange of language that comes from here to discuss our own subject matters. I think it becomes real. It becomes us. And so I really congratulate very much, and on behalf of the council as well, the chair, our chairperson, Adam Fiddler. And I think we're a small group here now, but I think he still deserves a big hand because he just does some good work, doesn't he? Hey? He wants to give me some money now. It's okay. So I thank you very much for listening to me for this short while. And you know, the last couple of days, I've been in Thunder Bay now for 2 weeks. And I've been looking at different things and I've been at different meetings. And I've been in the community and I've watched some of the actions that happen downtown. And I watched some of our people that are coming from the north to get their medical services here in Thunder Bay. And I look at some of the homeless people in the back roads. And I also see some of the drugs and alcohol. Some of the things are not going so well downtown. Seeing all that. And when you're in that milieu and you're here for a while, it does have an effect on you. And so that's where I've been for the last little while. What it really points out to is for us to know those things, to feel those things, and to be able to do something about it. So on behalf of the Knowledge Keepers, I thank you very much for listening to us, and we'll continue our work. Miigwech.
Jose Miigwech to the Knowledge Keepers. I'd like to now invite Nancy Johnson from the Women's Council. Anna Betty, Women's Council updates.
You.
Miigwech.
Wache, good afternoon. Ugamaakanak. Agudeshkinoage, Ushkatasak, Kishayak, Umagayawat. My name is Anna Betty Yachni Benashkam, and I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. I'm also very honored to be part of the Chiefs of Ontario Women's Council. And I also represent Ontario on the AFN Women's Council as well. And as always, when I come to these gatherings, you know, when I get to hear our leadership speak on improving the quality of life and empowering our people and ensuring that we're asserting and defending our rights. You know, it is a very powerful forum, and I thank you all for being part of this, and those that are attending virtually as well. As part of the Chiefs of Ontario Women's Council, we want to acknowledge again and congratulate our Ontario Regional Chief, and it was an honor to be part of that ceremony yesterday morning. And you know, in our life, it's so important that we have our sacred items in our room, that we have our drums, but that we also you know, have the power of prayer from other beliefs as well. Because spirituality, and no matter which way we decide to pray, you know, has to be part of our life. And being here is part of our life right now. And we must convey that message and role model that to everyone. So we're very grateful that we got to witness that with our Ontario Regional Chief. That was very powerful. And thank you to those that were part of conducting that ceremony. The Women's Council, we get to participate and be part of the Ontario First Nation Women's Council, as well as the advisory to the Ontario government. And a lot of the work and things that we advocate for are from the mandates that were given at these gatherings, and also our interactions that we have with grassroots people. Initiatives such as the Red Dress Alert, which we felt was very important. Our First Nation women represent a high number of individuals that go missing, are murdered. And we felt that it was really important that we have a system in place to raise that awareness within the policing systems and also with the media. And so we're utilizing the Red Dress Alert as that process to do that. At this time, there's very little, we're in the development and in stage. And I also want the leadership to know it's so difficult for us to access financial resources with many of the projects that we have ongoing. A few months ago, we met with Ontario and we proposed four initiatives. We had 4 points. One was to establish a family healing fund. We still have not, have not yet received a response to that. Free legal services to survivors and offenders. We still have not had a response to that. A service map for victim services. To help identify service gaps, we requested a service map of victim services and shelters. Ontario has responded by developing an online Indigenous program and service tool to identify provincially funded services. For example, the 211. You know, that was how they responded, was for them to invest more funds in those existing processes. And although it's a very valuable tool, it does not accommodate all the needs of our people. So that is something that we continue to speak on. And the fourth was urging support for community safety planning. So at this time, that continues to these items continue to be part of our objectives. We also have an initiative to increase the number of women within our workforce. And whether it's within the mining industry or other types of industry, it's so important that that our women have the resources to develop their skills and to get those supports for them to navigate to go into those professions. And ensuring that we have, the proper and adequate childcare spaces available for our mothers that may have young children to care for while they go into the workforce. So we do have a copy of a report within the informations that you have received. So I'm not going to go into any more details in terms of the report that's been, the speaking notes that have been provided to me. But there is one thing I wanted to leave you with. A few days ago, we talked about child welfare, and it's something that we have talked about for many years now, that has been a part of every assembly. And we need to ensure that we continue to put that on our agenda as a priority. And I wanted you to think about that grandmother that came to speak yesterday. And the chairs, very respectively explained to her that we had rules, and rules are very important. I did go and speak to her afterwards, and I acknowledged that she came here. And I'm sure when she sat there, she must have felt safe and saying, okay, well, the leadership in this room here care about our children. So I can go up and talk and say what I want to say. And she did. And then she sat down afterwards. So I went to speak with her. So I think as we move forward with our child welfare reform processes and more community-based processes, we need to ensure that we have those spaces, that we provide that inclusion of our grandmothers, our aunties, our uncles, our Mishomisak, to be part of the solutions and to empower them to take ownership. Because it is not all of us in this room that have to do this job. It is our people too. And we must ensure that we provide those spaces for them. So that is the message that I would like to leave with you today. And I thank you very much for providing me with this time and space to speak. Watch I get to me, what you can ask me in.
Deputy Grand Chief Miigwech. Always Miigwech. Wonderful message, wonderful message. Want to invite the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council, the representatives or the Kina group effort. Ontario First Nations Young People's Council, their update.
Ani, Buju, Nijo Gabo, Nadishtika, Zatik Nindodam, Obishkul King Nindonji. My name is Kieran Davis. I'm one of two co-chairs of the OFNYPC. I come from the Grand Council Treaty 3 area from Lac Seul First Nations. I want to start by acknowledging the drum, the Eagle staffs, and all the sacred items that you brought here today to this assembly. I want to acknowledge the chiefs, the proxies, and community members, council members, our elders, and our youth who may or may not be on our council. And thank you to all the staff who have always brings us together, and our technical staff for bringing us online for a hybrid assembly. I'm gonna allow space for our council members to introduce themselves and where they're from. Thank you.
Amin Gakinawea, Manad Mabkwa, Indishnikas, Mayan Ganandodam, Gichem Nemnising, Minwan the Bising, Dendam Bigwa. Oh, I forgot my intro a little bit there for a second. Hi, my name's Tara Roy. I'm from Beausoleil and Nipissing First Nations, having been raised equal parts in both communities. And I've been sitting with the OFNYPC for just a few months now, since June. Miigwech.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lee, and I am from Eagle Lake First Nation. I am on the Youth Executive Treaty 3 Council, and I am serving as a proxy or alternate for Garrett Seymour. Thank you.
Ache Ramon Karakope, Dijna Hassan, Arovska Doshin, Mikasol Totem. My Cree's a little bit butchered, my bad, but Ramon Karakwapit from Matawabscut First Nation, and I'm Eagle Clan. And I'm a Anishinaabe Aski Nation Youth Council rep for OFNYPC. So yeah.
Buju, Ozel Benes and Dishnakas, a Tikandutam, Wapsmundunji. Hello. My name in Anishinaabe means brown thunderbird. But my English name is Carter Carpenter. I'm part of the Caribou clan, and I am from Wapsmung Independent Nations, or you can just say White Dog, either one's fine. I represent the Independent First Nations here on the OFNYPC. I actually just passed a year of being on this council, and it's been quite an incredible year to sit on this council and to represent the 12 Independent First Nations. Yeah, I'm so happy that I was here this week because I really needed it, because it's been a really rough couple months. But every time I come here to the Chiefs in Assembly, I always feel welcomed, and I always feel sorry. I always feel safe, that I'm really happy that I'm here this week, and I look forward to taking all the wisdom that I garnered from this assembly back home, and to update my fellow IFN youth working group members So Chimigwech for having me and for being so welcoming to me for this past year while I was in this position. So Chimigwech.
Ani Kanawea Niganzit Nimki Benestij Nakas Dikto Dem Chiging Donjaba. My name is Pierre Dabowski. I'm with the Anishinaabeg Nation Youth Council, so I'm on OFNYPC as Anishinaabeg Nation's male rep. I've been on OFNYPC for the longest so far out of everybody here, going on 5 years. So yeah, you got you.
Every time I give these updates, you know, it's or anytime that we speak, it's always warming to know with them standing behind me and with me and alongside me, because you know we come here as one, much like the Chiefs of Ontario here coming to meet as one and coming together. I'm going to start our update by acknowledging today, November 20th, as the Transgender Day of Remembrance. As young leaders, the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council stand in solidarity with transgender, two-spirit, and gender diverse people, and recognize the systemic barriers, injustices, and harmful stigmas that continue to impact First Nations communities and beyond. The OFNYPC recognizes that violence and hate directed at gender diverse people stems from systems and attitudes that need to change. Diversity in gender and identity has always existed, and it's time to reclaim that respect and understanding. Drawing strength from our teachings will help us work together toward a future where diversity is celebrated, and this day is a reminder. And so was yesterday. We stand with anyone facing loss due to targeted violence, and we'll keep working for a future where everyone can live without fear. I want to highlight that last comment. You know, I've lost many friends due to the harassment and bullying, and you know, I woke up on Sunday to a Facebook post about the loss of a life in our neighboring country in America, and they were two-spirit. They were murdered in their home, and you know that still happens, and it's very real. And you know, again, I want to thank you, Chiefs and Assembly here, for bringing us to the table and bringing our voices to leadership and being inclusive. Today, I noticed a booth. It's kind of in the back where it's not very noticeable, so I barely noticed it. I only noticed it because I was going to the bathroom. And it's down the first hallway to the right as soon as you leave. It's kind of in the back corner of things. But I wanted to ask you, raise of hands, who likes fry bread? And if you don't, you're lying. So this booth is an organization to promote youth and two-spirited youth. And so what I have here is the gender fry bread person. And for those of you that may not know what the difference is between identity, expression, or gender, or any like attraction, this is a good toolkit to use and to post up into your offices and in your I guess chambers, home, wherever you go. This is a good tool to teach yourself the differences and acknowledge that you know, I may express myself one way but identify as another way. And so that's a really good toolkit, and they have so many more toolkits that are usable, and they have it all in stock. So I really recommend taking them home to your communities to put in your offices and wherever you go. Also wanted to acknowledge our council members who are joining online over Zoom. We have Tea Quachigan, who is also the co-chair for OFNYPC, and she's representing the Nan territory. And from the IFN, the Independent First Nations, we have Jade Soni. And then we have a couple of council members who send their regrets for not being in attendance today. And from the AIAI PTO, we have Hannah Sewell. And we also have DJ Cornelius from AIAI. From Six Nations, we have Dakota Sabarin. And I want to thank them for their work that they do as well. So recently the co-chairs, Tea and I had attended the AFN ACA in Montreal in July. I will attend the AFN SCA in December in 2 weeks in Ontario, Ottawa. At the AFN, we bring back information for the OFNYPC with more comprehensive updates on national youth initiatives with the AFN National Youth Council. A few of us here today and online also attended the ISK joint gathering last week and or 2 weeks ago. I travel so much, I don't even know where I am next week. With the OFNYPC, we recognize funding difficulties and look for more support from the chiefs and the governments to be able to support our council. We've had experienced hardships without a formal coordinator, and we haven't been able to meet regularly and discuss our youth initiatives. We will be meeting formally via Zoom in mid-December, and that's thanks to our new director of the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council and Elders, Knowledge Keepers. I'm parched, I'm sorry. The OFNYPC expresses a huge thanks to Angela Trudeau. Can you wave your hand? If you would like us to speak more to like your communities or councils, please reach out to Angela. She will thank you. She will coordinate with us. We also wanted to thank Tracy Antoine for creating this position and the new sector for Chiefs of Ontario. It's been a long time coming, and we appreciate we're finally here. Next steps for the OFNYPC. We will hold our co-chair selection online due to our funding shortfalls, and we will be unable to meet in person, but that meeting will be held in mid-December. I don't want another year of this. I do, maybe I do. Sorry. It's been a long day. So our portfolios will also be selected during this co-chair selection. So we will either continue with our current portfolios or we will select new portfolios. We also continue advocacy for young peoples in all spaces. We're also looking forward to start meeting as a council regularly now that we have our director and hopefully a new coordinator soon. This evening, we're also excited to meet with the Knowledge Keepers to discuss a tri-council meeting that will hopefully include the Women's Council on how to better support each other. And I want to add that hopefully this could be a quad council meeting in the future with the resolution that was passed yesterday, and look forward to supporting the 2S LGBTQIA+ council. That was one too many Qs. We also understand that the Ontario Regional Chief will be dropping in for a short visit with us and appreciate that he takes his time out of our busy schedule to make space for us. Chimigwech for listening, and thank you so much for staying here till the end of the day for us. Miigwech.
Just a couple of things there, and I did too notice that booth was tucked away in the back, and I know Kieran outlined out that the work that they're doing, and we are going to move them forward. I immediately when I seen that and what they were doing, I thought we need to bring them more forward to in the hallway here. And so just a funny, not a funny story, but a story. When I seen that booth, they weren't there this morning, but the man that's actually doing the work there, his name is Rainey. And I met him about 15 years ago. And I think it was in Deerhurst because I was a member of the Youth Council for the Independent First Nations. And we had done some HIV AIDS training really long time ago. And I said to that man, I said, I know you. And I said, I think that I went to a training that with one of the organizations you work with, and I think there was it was probably the first time I ever had to put a condom on a banana, and obviously that experience in Deerhurst at the resort, being a young council member at that time, and the important work that that organization does in bringing awareness to HIV/AIDS and Two-Spirit and all of the the risks that our young people have. And so I want to acknowledge the hard work that all of our councils do, our youth council, our knowledge keepers, and our women's council. I did have an opportunity to speak with them yesterday and hear some of the stories, and it's always I'm here to listen, to learn and learn more about the work that we're doing, but also to have a better understanding of the challenges that are faced in so many levels, including our youth. And so I want to say miigwech for all of the councils in their presentation and the hard work that they do for us to represent, to provide input, and to help guide the work that we do as leadership and us at the Chiefs of Ontario. So miigwech, and there was never intended that they be tucked at the back. There's always a big demand for people to set up in here. And as you know, maybe we have outgrown this hotel because it definitely was a bit of a tropics coming in and out. And we, so I mean, we're not going without notice, but we definitely want to be, in a facility where this is safe and safe space and where, everybody's included. So at that point, I'll turn it back over to our wonderful chairs to wrap us up this evening. So miigwech, Alan.
Miigwech, thank you, Ontario Regional Chief. So to conclude, we have our last two speakers, reflections. So we'll start with the youth, I think is it youth reflections, and then the elders reflections. So from the Youth Council, Ramon Cadaquabit, who might be coming out with somebody, but I'll give it to Ramon. Youth reflections followed by reflections from the Knowledge Keepers Council.
This time I finally brought up notes with me because my head's a little blank. But it's been a long 2 days and I don't want to hold you up for too long. And I just introduced myself at the council, but I'm Ramon Cadaquabit. I'm from Atawabscut First Nation. And yeah, I'm 22. But I guess it has been a kind of a long and tough 2 days. And there's been a lot that's coming up, especially at the dinner meeting that we had before. And it's kind of like the weather that's going on right now. It's cloudy and rainy. And if I were to relate it to the kind of work that's going on here, my mom always said that it has to get nasty before things start healing and get better. And there's some things I want to bring up and address to the chiefs and staff today. And I'm not calling you out and I'm not saying anything bad, but it's to inspire change and a better future. So on youth councils, on band councils, and on governance and executive councils, there's a lot of gender-based violence. And that's definitely not okay. And there's some members on my youth council facing that as well. And I think that people have the right to come to work and not have to face these things as we're trying to focus on building a better future for all Indigenous people shouldn't have to worry about being sexualized or mistreated. And those for women and 2S LGBTQIA plus. Sorry, I can't remember that one long. But that's the little first thing that I have. And for me, the strongest people in my life is my mom. My mom is the one that I feel like I take the most after. And she's been through so much hardship, and she's my rock. And I respect my mom. And I'd like to see others respect women and 2S LGBTQIA plus the same way, because they're our leaders and they're the bringers of life. And I've learned a lot from them, and especially my mom. But I'll go over the next parts too quick because I'm supposed to have 5 minutes. I'm going to go over some of the harder things, but as a youth, it's not too related to what's going on. But I'm sure that you saw on the news of 6 Indigenous killed by the RCMP a couple months ago within the span of 2 weeks. And I know that they're doing an internal investigation, whatever that means. But I want to see the PTOs and COO address this in a formal way. This is very important, and that's kind of my own thing that I would like to see. For my third thing, yesterday we went over a couple resolutions, and that one was regarding the mining claims and the water. And today we kind of went over the Métis as well, and I kind of saw a correlation between things that are happening on reserves with mining claims and territorial claims from those that are pretendians in the Métis community. And it kind of ties in with mining, I think. And I don't want to go too deep into that, but for Arowabscut, even though it was a De Beers company, let's say it was Métis that claimed territory. And I believe that those that are pretendians are doing it are after the land and the resources in that territory more than claiming ancestral lands. And I don't think that's right. Those are inherent treaty territory land. And that's something that we need to protect. But for mining, it's kind of a tough thing that we're going up against up there in Mishkegawak territory with the marine conservation and the Ring of Fire. And it's very controversial. And some people are for Ring of Fire and against the Ring of Fire. But I think earlier someone said yesterday that to kind of go after our inherent rights that way is like political suicide. But I've heard stories from elders and kind of my mom, and my own interpretation of it is that there's going to be a fight on our rights in our lifetime, much more than what's going on right now. I mean, they're already questioning us if we're native. Are you 6'1", 6'2", 6'3"? And they deny that ancestry if you're any less. And soon more, they're gonna come up with more policies. Is this really your land? They're gonna question the treaty that's already shaking and broken. And from my vision, I see us getting together and becoming strong. And I was talking to a chief yesterday, and he was telling me about what Anishinaabe means. Before, I always thought that it meant Ojibwe or Native or Indigenous people, but the way he explained it was people of the land, and that's everybody. And I see us coming together in the future, and there's going to be a big fight on our rights. And the only way that we can get through it is by being together and not separated. I don't want to see that separation. And I want us to live as truly as Anishinaabe, people of the land, where we stand together and we fight for what's inherent to us. Because if we start losing ourselves and losing what makes us indigenous, then I think that's truly a shame. So, yeah, I would like to thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak. And I'm sorry if I came off a little too strong or serious, but I respect all the leaders in the room and the work that you're doing. It's very hard work. And I'm at a smaller position of youth council, but I'm already so stressed. And I don't think I'll ever know what you're going through as leaders that only carry the hopes, but the issues of your communities. And I want to say that I honor you and thank you, Miigwech.
Very powerful, very inspirational from somebody who is definitely not small. Miigwech. So now we turn to the Knowledge Keepers reflection. Norma General Liquors is making her way up. I think Barney might be coming as well. Knowledge Keepers Council.
Sure, okay,
We do just a short introduction.
okay.
So Norma and I met quite a while ago. And I all admired the work that she did for us and watched her speaking. And little did I know back then that she was actually a judge at one time, sitting on a bench, and much admiration for that. So I thought, as I introduce ourselves right now, I'd like to introduce Justice Norma Liquors. And of course, I decided to join, and Norma, Justice Liquors and the Brown attorney. So there's us. And so at one point, I was talking to Norma. Norma, you don't know this. But anyway, I says to Norma, you know, I really like you. And we'd make a good couple, you and I. I said, but the problem is, I already got a partner. But maybe I can get a divorce. Norma looked at me and says, well, you better hurry because we're getting older. I don't think it's going to happen. Here's our good friend, Norma. Hey? I'm going to sit down.
Okay. Oh, knock the whole thing off.
Here, I'll help you.
Okay.
No.
No. Sego Guego, and I'm here to do the reflection for today. What happened today? And we acknowledge the good words and the good works of the Knowledge Keepers, the Women's Council,
and the Youth Council. They've all been very busy. And this has been a great conference. It's allowed the chiefs to speak and to bring their concerns to the forefront. And many topics, very important topics, have been presented. And regardless of who we are or where we come from, it affects us all. It's in our neighborhood. It's in our territory. We heard about the Métis assertion, the enforcement and the prosecution of First Nations law, off-reserve housing, homelessness, and that affects so many of our people. We heard about the Jay Treaty and the Jay Treaty Alliance and the boarding homes and the council and all the concerns affects each of us. Use what you've heard. Use the information that's been given, and we hope it'll make a little better life for our people wherever they are, and we need all need help. Donito.
All right, I know everybody's getting really antsy to get out of here, so I'll make this as quick as possible. So, few announcements, as per usual. There's the Chiefs Committee on Environment dinner tonight from 6 till 8 in the Viking Room. Also, if there are still vendors outside, please go support our local artisans and crafters. This room will be locked again tonight, so if you're leaving any of our sacred items in here, or if you forget something in here and you notice when it's too late and the door's already locked, it'll be safe in here. Everything will be locked up. Sunrise. Sunrise. Sunrise time. Sunrise, same time. Same time, same place. We're right there in the center of the room. Same songs, same tobacco. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna throw it on over to Thunder Earth at this time to sing us on out. You got you.